Woo! 11 snuck up on me there. Yeah, hold on, hold on. I still need to moisturize my face. You don't want me to turn the camera on before that, huh? You might see my pores for the very first time. Also, you can whine all you want. I can't see chat right now, you know? I'm putting the lotion on. Puts the lotion in the basket. That means my glasses aren't on. I've got coffee to drink. What has he been up to? Well, I did have to use the restroom. Unexpectedly. Am I happy that I did before stream? Oh yeah. Do. You know what? Here, we can get a BTS. There we go. Okay, we're moisturizing. We're moisturizing. Anything for the viewership. I got struck with a tragedy last night. I'm having internet problems right now. I hope the stream's not cutting out. If it was, I wouldn't know. We were trying to watch the Shibuya arc, and during some of the more, let's say, climactic moments, Crunchyroll kept cutting out. Real annoying. It turns out that even now to this moment, my download is hovering around, get this, for a live streamer too, 4 megabits per second. Yeah, that's about enough to stream one YouTube video on the whole goddamn router. Thankfully, for some reason, the upload speed is unaffected, so I still have a gigabit up. So I guess theoretically that shouldn't really affect the stream that much. Might take a while to load web pages, but besides that, not too big a deal. Still going. Can't read chat. How are you guys doing, huh? I don't know why I asked that. It's not like I can read what you're saying. Almost done. Be nice and thorough. For me lately, it's just been this. Some niacinamide body lotion and retinol, and that's been it. Can skip a lot of the other stuff. All right. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. Kind of ran over here. Does your skin react to retinol at all? It makes my skin smoother. If you like retinol, you should consider using tretinoin. Oh, all right. Okay, you goddamn Korean skincare people. Tretinoin, a prescription strength topical retinol. Prescription strength topical retinol. Okay. All right. Okay. Okie dokie, people. You should consider NordVPN. Maybe. What's up? You did say BTS. That's true. I brought that one up myself. Korean skincare works. I look younger than you. Oves, you know, you've been really what do you call it? You know, you've been really pressing the envelope lately. You've been banned before. Oh, come on. Yeah? What were you up to yesterday? Take a look at my $5 billion jacket. Here's my $5 billion shoes. Did you know I look younger than you? Okay, I get it. You're an effete, urbane, cosmopolitan, metrosexual, pansexual, homosexual. All right, listen, I get it, okay? Some of us, we eat red meat, and I'm often mistaken for being heterosexual out there on the street. It's not easy out there for all of us, okay? It's not easy out there for all. I would never. Yeah. Oh, red meat. What would that do to my skin? Jesus Christ. My God. You know? It's not easy for, you know, it's so easy for the effete people, you know? I've got a beard. Vosh is basically straight anyways. You don't know what I'm up to. You don't know what I'm up to. You have no idea. Please tell Doug Ford to fuck off. I'm really sorry. I don't know the guy. I don't have his number. The only thing that I know... Boop. No. No boop. Not gonna do... Not for me? No? Alright. Whatever. There you go. I'll do it manually. Fucking OBS. All I know about Canada right now is that wokeness has won in ways that it probably shouldn't have. Look at that. Non-binary client wins discrimination case against Montreal area hair salon. Advocates hope ruling prompts change after client forced to book either men's or women's haircut. In my opinion, the society should be forced to give money to people who look like this just because they look like they need it. Quebec's Human Rights Tribunal has ordered Longueuil, Quebec hair salon to pay $500 in damages to Alex Frédéric Mignot after they complained the business's online booking system did not provide a non-gendered haircut option. Why did they need a haircut? That is an excellent question. Will this be in French? No sound? Yeah, I forgot that part. All right.
My name is Alex Frédéric Mignot. My pronouns are they, them.
Alex Frédéric Mignot says they are satisfied with a ruling by Quebec's Human Rights Tribunal. Mignot complained that a salon's online booking system was discriminatory to non-binary customers. It was ordered to pay $500.
To see the tribunal side with me on that and say that, you know what, non-binary people shouldn't be forced to pick men or women. And it's not fair for them. I was so relieved. Okay,
can we be real for a second? The real reason that shit is fucked up at hair salons is so that they can overcharge women. Like, why don't they just have short hair, long hair cuts? What the fuck is with the men's women's thing? They just do it to charge women more. Because, like, I don't know, because women care more. It's not actually an anti-non-binary thing. It's just a crude way of charging women more because we know, yeah, it's like pink tax shit, you know? I don't know, like what men's haircut, but then you go in there looking like fucking Alucard. Like, okay. I don't know how fair of a designator that is. This person only wanted to fight? Yeah, but it's like $500. Who cares? I don't know. A $500 ruling sounds to me like the Human Rights Tribunal of Quebec was like, okay, technically this is discriminatory, but fuck off, you know?
And I'm happy to hear that.
It all started 2 years ago when Mignot wanted to book a haircut at Station 10 Salon in Longueuil. Customers are asked to choose whether it's
Longueuil
for men, women, children, or someone with a beard or braids, something Mignot refused to do.
It's a repetition of a trauma that I keep living over and over again.
Oh, no.
And it cuts me off from society.
They filed a complaint with Quebec's Human Rights Commission. The salon offered Mignot 3 free haircuts and changed its website to include a non-gendered option. Its co-owner says he's surprised the issue wound up in court.
Well, it's $500.
Yeah, wait, seriously, even after that? Even after the non-binary haircut edition, they still forced him to pay $500? That's kind of crazy. It's a little bit wild, I feel.
$100. It's not a big amount, but it is a precedent, and many, even our clients are sending us money asking us.
Yeah, make a non-binary option, but price it at the women's. That would be fucking funny. Oh, you want to be non-binary? You goddamn okay.
So we're telling us we should fight back in appeals. But we're a small business, we're not politicians.
The matter prompted reaction at the National Assembly. The business tried to find a solution, says the leader of the Quebec Liberal Party.
Au Québec, les personnes non-binaires existent.
Non-binary people exist, points out Manon Massé.
Since there,
okay. Thank you for your input. That was me when I'm forced to make a statement and there's a gun to my head. This happened. Goodbye.
There's chance of appeal. We're not going to comment any further.
You have a huge mouth. Holy shit. Like the way that I would draw an ancient Japanese Shinto frog deity assuming human form.
We're not going to.
That's crazy.
come any further.
This human rights lawyer says the tribunal ruling isn't binding compared to a court ruling, but it could influence businesses in the future.
People bring complaints is not only to seek justice for themselves, but part of the work that human rights commissions and tribunals do is to try to make sure that you don't have to litigate and relitigate things all over again.
The salon's owners say they'll probably pay the $500 so they can move on.
They're gonna get more than 500 in like backlash business from this, of course. So it's not really gonna hurt them. I don't know. Just seems kind of wild. Meanwhile, black French Canadians are getting beaten in alleys. Sorry, I'll stop doing that. Is this just what they're doing up there in Quebec? Non-binary Quebecer ends hunger strike to put X marker on health cards. Is this actually like the woke epicenter of North America? Is it not Seattle or New York or whatever? That's crazy. What the fuck else would you do in Quebec? Me, a Quebecois, when I'm bored and have decide to beat up black French Canadians. Scroll up. What am I looking at? That's the same. That's the same person! This article is from 2023. Oh my god. One guy. Don't say guy, Thana. They're gonna make you pay 500. Okay, so this is just like a serial attention campaign. After 12 days on hunger strike, Alex Frédéric Mignon feels like they've won a round in their battle against Quebec's health insurance board and is ending their fast. Although their wish for health insurance cards to have a third gender option has not been granted, Mignon, who is non-binary, use they them pronouns, feel they've advanced the cause. Great strides have been made. Oh, man. This guy, parentheses, they them, is fucking funny. It's painful and disabling, they added on Friday, but at least it served a purpose. And I was able to calm my sense of powerlessness in the face of this maddening injustice. You know what? The fucked up thing is, I think what they're doing is based, even if I think they're insane. I think the world needs crazy characters like this. If it's not, if people like this aren't around, you don't get the meaningful strides. You need people like this around to like shake things up a little bit. You know? I mean, obviously this person seems like vindictive, attention-seeking, and kind of crazy, but that's okay. Life can have people like that. It's okay, you know? Yeah, being annoying as fuck sometimes is like the way you move the clock forwards. That's really funny. On November 20th, they set up shop near the RAMQ offices in Quebec City on nothing but vegetable broth, water, a little hot chocolate. Oh, okay. Is it really a hunger strike? If you're having vegetable broth and hot chocolate, there are a lot of calories in hot chocolate. You could live off of hot chocolate for a while, okay? That's not a hunger strike. That's just a liquid diet. All right. All right. I respect it. You don't realize the amount of trauma being hungry inflicts on them. I'm in favor of stuff like this on principle, if for no other reason than because there's so much like insanely gendered shit that you don't even notice day to day in society that's so unnecessary. And no one's you have to be annoying to point it out. You know what I mean? Like, think of, there's been a lot of pushback on this over the past 30 years, but you know, for like 50 years in America, the normal way of raising a kid would be to like identify their genitalia the moment they're born and then be like, well, I guess it's football, or, well, I guess it's ballet, and then just run with that and force the hobby on them. There's so much wild shit we do for no reason blue, pink, this, that, like so insanely arbitrary shit. And the first people to rail against that were 100% like annoying as fuck. I actually remember this was a bigger thing like 10 years ago, a big kerfuffle about parents raising children non-gendered. And what that meant was, and get this, it just meant not forcing hobbies on them. Like not going automatically because of the genitals that your literal child was born with. This is your favorite color and these are your favorite hobbies. It just meant like waiting for them to tell you what they liked. And that was it, you know? And people freaked the fuck out. That was like some insane BuzzFeed article shit. You know? I think to an extent it still is, but it's literally like normal, you know? It's crazy. What's your woke one take on ladies and gentlemen being the default greeting in airplanes and shit? I don't know. What are we replacing that one with? My brothers, parentheses, gender neutral? I mean, one day something else will rise up to take their place, you know? You can just greet white people with the N-word. Folks, can't we just say folks? The problem is that, like, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to, like, unnecessarily divide, but queer people have ruined folks. With the X, non-binary folks, queer folks. I don't understand why. The X ruined it. I don't know. I don't understand why they added the X. Folks with a KS was already gender neutral. Folk is like a general term for a people. It was already gender neutral. It was completely non-gendered. I have no idea why they added the X. It's insane. I don't know why they did that. And it's like relatively common too. I don't know why. I haven't seen folks with an X. What the fuck? You haven't? Oh my god, it's so common. You've never seen like a flyer downtown, queer and non-binary folks? I guess I live in Seattle. Have you never seen it on like Twitter or anything? Common? It's super, super common. You might just be in a bubble. Yeah, I'm gay. What do you want? Yeah, bro, you might just be part of like the community that does that. Yeah? A little bit? Chat is always gender neutral. Hello, chat. We're going to be flying at 35,000 feet. If you look to your right as we take off, you'll be able to see the lovely Mount Rainier. That'd be awesome. That'd be pretty good. Hello, chat. And it's an inauguration speech. Don't give them ideas. Zoomers will do this. I think Zoomers already do this. Zoomers, right? Won't they? Isn't that a common thing now? Because of streaming culture, people will say, like, chat, I'm going to rizz up this broad with a fat ass, but they'll be talking to themselves. I think it's cool. I've worked with the summer camp. The kids say, chat, it's awful. I think it's delightful. I am also a live streamer, in fairness. Like, I'm saying, like, it's delightful, but I'm, like, the guy propagating the media form that is causing people to do that. So I'm like, it's kind of like asking a drug dealer how they feel about rising addiction rates in elementary schools. And they're like, dude, it's goated. Chat, I'm about to give methamphetamines to this third grader. Do you try to ask VGG for help when you're off stream? No, never. Sometimes though, and I'm open to admit, I'm man enough to admit this because I'm aware. Many people will pretend otherwise. I'm aware of the fact that to be a live streamer is to be mentally ill. Sometimes when I need to lock in, I think, what if chat was watching right now? And then it's like, all right, buddy, back straight, quit wasting time, get the dishes done, okay? Because they would be judging you for this. You know, you need to be performatively competent. That's my version of, like, what if Monkey D. Luffy was with me? He would believe that I could do it. Clip that plate drop. What about the good clips? What about the good clips? What about me, like, pulling 3 forks out, lining them up between my thumb and forefinger, and with, like, 2 quick strokes of the sponge, I've cleaned 3 forks. Like, my form was perfect. What about the good clips? Yo! Clip that shit. Expected unexceptional? Yeah. I feel like Northern Lion has his head on straight. You haven't seen the fucking librarian supercut of his trip to Japan, where he had a existential crisis because chat wasn't watching him watch Japanese people watch Japanese mascots at the mascot factory or whatever the fuck happened. I haven't seen that video in a while. It's such a good video. It's a very good video, for sure, for sure. The coffee incident when his wife left for a trip. No. Yeah, it's being a live streamer means you are mentally ill. There's no way around it. Okay. Oh, fuck. I didn't plug my phone in. It's been like losing charge slowly. It's insane. I always keep my phone in max charge. Burn out the battery faster so I can have an excuse to replace that piece of shit. All right. No, Samari, I'm on the back end for a bit. Hey, you know some shit happened? Wait, I should have like made a thing for all that. Canada non-binary woke. There you go. Good enough. You know shit's happening? Oh. All right. Well, live updates. Something happened? Well, what I was going to tell you was that after a lot of deliberation, the Supreme Court has finally struck down Trump's tariffs. Trump legally does not have the ability to enact tariffs as a revenue-raising scheme. He can enact tariffs as part of a scheme to promote national security, but those tariffs tend to be very specific. They tend not to be like very broad sectoral or like nationwide tariffs, you know? So the Supreme Court finally ruled against him, and I was going to cover that. I was going to take a look at the videos. Trump has responded yes by announcing additional tariffs. So...
But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to...
So is he raising tariffs Congress actually approved? No, he's just defying the Supreme Court. So I guess we finally arrived here. This is the point we finally arrived at. This is the big, this has always been the big line, right? And I've said this before, this is where Trump's authority gets really challenged. He can do whatever he wants, but you can't fuck with the money. The problem is that Trump is really, really, really personally committed to this. He really, really likes the tariffs, but he's fucking the money. The Supreme Court took a while to deliberate on this because, and I guarantee you, the conservatives on the court were aware of the fact that they basically had no choice but to smack down the tariffs, because the idea of the president having unilateral authority in the future to do this is incomprehensibly dangerous. Like infinite, like it's not just like because of authoritarianism. The Supreme Court is fine with authoritarianism, okay? It's that potentially you could just end the global economy on a whim. And the Supreme Court understands that it would be bad if they enabled that. So they delayed as much as they could because they wanted Trump to have his fun, you know, playing in the sandbox. And now they have finally ruled against him. And here we are. He has immediately, within a few hours, petulantly announced he will just be doing more. Either nothing ever happens or a lot of stuff is about to happen pretty quickly, would be my guess. That would be, it's kind of the two. It's either they let this float or this is the wall he runs up against, because he's fucking the money. He's molesting the money. He's taken the money to Little St. James and he's molesting it.
Protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies.
Jesus H. Christ. Okay, yeah, okay. So right now he's holding he held a press conference as an emergency response to the Supreme Court ruling. We're kind of viewing this out of order right now.
Court decision on tariffs. Kristen, what are you hearing from the Trump administration about this?
Yeah, Pamela, we still have no official reaction from the White House or President Trump. We are waiting. I am told that they are meeting, discussing how they are going to respond. But we have learned more about what happened in the room when President Trump was with those governors and he learned of the Supreme Court decision. Apparently, the breakfast had been going well. They were working together. And then President Trump became enraged. He started ranting about the decision, not only calling it a disgrace, but started attacking the courts, at one point saying these effing courts, but using the actual language there. We know that President Trump does use expletives on quite often when he is enraged in particular. Now, this, of course, comes as this tariff policy. This could not be a bigger decision for President Trump. This could not be a bigger loss for President Trump. Not only is so much of his economic agenda based on these tariffs, so much of his foreign policy is based on these tariffs. He has used these tariffs as leverage in almost every meeting that he has had around the world. He has touted them as the most important part of the economic agenda. So clearly a huge loss, and
he's just too emotionally attached to them is the issue. So again, for people who don't know, the technical distinction is this: the president has the ability to enact tariffs or like limitations on the distribution of American goods like abroad in certain cases as it pertains to national security. A great example of this would be the president, well, the executive branch, has the ability to prevent companies from selling technology that is considered sensitive, top secret, or a national security priority. So a good example would be like if a tech company develops like a new super chip that's really, really, really good, maybe we don't want it sold to China. If Boeing or another like aeronautics company starts building planes that are really, 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 really good, military or otherwise, we might not want that tech being sold abroad. Those decisions don't have to go through Congress because they're specifically related to national security, which is the purview of the president, right? However, tariffs enacted for the purpose of raising money or anything else, anything similar, any restriction on trade, those have to go through Congress. And the president and his staff have many times over indicated that the purpose of these tariffs is to raise money, that we could replace income tax, that we could that we're going to raise bigly money, that we're going to get a rebate check from them. The focus on money means it's basically impossible. And also the idea that like, oh, national security demands we tariff every country on the planet, it was never going to work. And they shot themselves in the foot 100,000 times over with this.
Recognizes that today. Pamela?
All right, Kristen Holmes, very good point. Live for us from the White House. Thanks so much.
Lots going on. I want to discuss what's
Yeah, I want to take a look at the CNN video following the Supreme Court's decision. So before we know Donald Trump responded with his press conference and doubling down on the additional tariffs.
This is one of the most significant cases that the justices have decided in recent years. Here, the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump's use of these emergency tariffs that he has implemented are illegal. It's the most significant economic case to reach the high court in years, sweeping implications for the economy and, of course, for presidential power. And at stake here are billions of dollars in revenue that have already been collected by the government. Pamela Wolf, the other significance here is that this is the first time that the 6-3 conservative court has ruled against President Trump in one of these major.
Well, wait, hold on. They ruled 9-0 against the the illegal deportation. Okay, whatever.
Cases that have gone before the court since he returned to power in January. Now, we are still going through this case, but this is something we have been waiting for. The court said that it would take up this case on an expedited basis. So they're deciding, even though it's a significant case now, because of course this has enormous implications. So as we go through this opinion now,
what are they going to do with the money collected by the government from tariffs already? My understanding is that the ruling from the Supreme Court literally said it's going to be messy. Good luck. I'm not joking. They literally, like, the official, the consensus ruling from the court was like, this was all illegally obtained money, so we're not officially saying you have to do refunds, but whatever you're going to do, it's going to be messy. And yes, right now, a bunch of companies are suing the government for money. Keep in mind that the family business of Howard Lutnick has already bought up rights to the revenue from tariff refunds from a bunch of affected companies, so they stand to make billions of dollars off this. In other words, Trump wanted the tariffs, but Trump's money guy bet like hundreds of millions of dollars on the tariffs not working out long run, so that he could make money. Just yet another sweep up of the wealth. Everything is gambling.
Team, another outstanding question is what now happens to all that revenue that had been collected. This is something that it really wasn't clear from the arguments what they would say about that, if they're going to lay out a plan. So we will continue to go through this, but this is an enormous decision and a rare loss for President Trump before this conservative court.
This is, Paula, a major slap at the President of the United States, who has made a major effort over these many, many months to impose all of these tariffs. And just to look at some of the background I have here, over these many months, the administration has collected $150 billion in these tariffs. So what happens to that money? Do they have—
Which is, mind you, again, not that much when compared to the amount of economic harm that it's done. If you think of all of the businesses that have closed, people who have lost their jobs, and price hikes, it's actually like very little money, you know. It's basically, it was economically ruinous on every level. There was no good like angle to it, you know.
To refund that money to the firms, to the people who paid for those tariffs?
That's one of the big questions that came up at arguments, and it's something that we're looking through now in this opinion. The top line is that these are illegal, that the president cannot rely on this 1977 emergency law to impose tariffs without authorization from Congress, because this question is really about the extent of presidential power. And we know in both his terms in office, President Trump has really worked at the edges of what has—
No, he's just broken the law. Again, I can't— gonna lose my fucking mind. I lose more and more patience for it every time. He has not worked at the edges. He has just openly broken the law. It's just against the law. The court literally just said it's against the law. You don't have to do that. You don't have to pretend.
Largely been recognized as executive authority, but in these arguments back in November, they went on for—
Chief legal affairs correspondent, by the way. Like, it's not just a random correspondent up here. This is like, oh, this is our law girl. What do you have to say about this person who keeps breaking the law? The Supreme Court literally just said in no uncertain terms he's breaking the law. He's worked at the edges of legality.
2.5 hours, it was clear that the justices were skeptical that President Trump could rely on this vague federal law to impose global tariffs. Now, they did appear to likely be willing to decide that these were illegal, but what is not clear, and we haven't gotten to this part of the opinion, is what happens to all that revenue that has been collected by the government. And President Trump has said himself that this is, this is a massive decision for him. So we're waiting for reaction, both from the Justice Department that argued this on his behalf, and also from the White House. But we're going to keep going through this, Wolf, to try to see if the justices laid out any plan for what happens to that revenue.
All right, Paula, stand by. I know you're going to be reading all these opinions and everything. I want to get back to you, but I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, right now. Ellie, as I said, this is a huge setback for the President of the United States, and this has been a traditionally conservative Supreme Court, but they ruled that all of these tariffs that Trump has imposed over these many months are illegal. It's a big deal.
Well, Wolf, it's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal.
Well, no. Them having been ruled illegal is not the same as them being gone. And again, keep in mind, Trump has responded to the Supreme Court ruling by saying, like, he's just going to do more. Besant says alternative tariff plan will lead to, quote, virtually unchanged tariff revenue in 2026. So, yeah. Yes, it's the defense.
By this U.S. Supreme Court. An interesting array of justices here. In the majority, ruling that the tariffs are illegal is Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Amy.
Conservatives are going to sue them so hard, Lamau. Yeah, and they'll be pressured to drop their cases in exchange for presidential favor, or the president will bully and harass the companies that don't drop their cases, or at the best case scenario, the corporations get a big check from the government, our taxpayer dollars, and the people who were upcharged in the cost of the goods that they sold never see a dime.
Coney Barrett, 3 conservatives who teamed up with the 3 liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, to rule these tariffs unconstitutional. The dissenters are Justices Thomas.
And prices stay high? Yep. Oh, no shot in the world any prices go down.
Alito, and Kavanaugh. And the basis for the ruling is this. Congress, not the president, Congress typically holds the tariff power. Now, Congress passed this law back in 1977 called the International Economic Emergencies Act.
That's great. Yeah, no, we get it. Time has already moved on past the Supreme Court ruling, which at this point has been almost invalidated by the defiance of the president. So we'll see how that goes. Let me send this off. We've got a lot more to cover, like a lot more to cover, a lot more to cover on this subject. Trump's speech is so deranged. Yeah, well, he very rarely gets pushback, so that does make sense. Would you say there's a lot to cover? Maybe. I wouldn't want to overstate my case. All right. Well, I kind of feel like since everyone's already mentioned it and I have a right to talk about it on its own, I think that in addition to just covering the news conference that Trump has held following the Supreme Court ruling, it might be good to open with this and maybe just talk about this as kind of its own separate segment. We don't spoil yourself by reading the text up there.
Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money.
By the way, he's not lying here. He's completely correct. We have deferred so much power to the executive over the past century. What he's saying here is correct. The only reason that we're having this issue with tariffs is because of specifically the constitutional provision allowing Congress the power of the purse. The president does have essentially, effectively, unilateral authority to do whatever he wants to destroy other countries, as he said here. This is the end game. I mean, we're now at the only difference here is that he's stupid enough to say it. Nixon wouldn't say it. You know, Bush wouldn't say it. He'll say it, right? But it's true all the same. And his weird obsession with the topic. With tariffs? Yeah, well, I mean, that's an idiosyncrasy, right? It's always been... There is no... It's all rigged like a casino. There's no way any of this plays out except as a wealth transfer to the top. Nothing that happens at any point will ever be a wealth transfer to the bottom. There's no way for that to happen. There's no Ocean's 11 outcome here, you know? It's always upwardly mobile, that money. That's how everything is designed. This is the end game. This is where we're at, you know? This is what you get after decades and decades of deliberate congressional deference to presidential power. And in my mind, I mean, it's a reaffirmation of what I said. We're done with democracy. This is not democratic. even the acknowledgement of this is not democratic. The pantomime of democracy, the facsimile, creating the shadow puppet impression of a democracy is also part of being a democracy. You need the affect and the effect here. We're abandoning the affect, right? This is what the corporations have wanted the entire time. They don't want Trump molesting the money, but they do want a lunatic, all-powerful figurehead who they have direct and constant access to, who gets to do whatever he wants, you know? They've always wanted that. They don't want anything else.
So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little two-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything.
Does what they want. Yes, does what they want. All right, well, we're watching it anyway.
Also are a...
He looks great, by the way, like slumping like this, his head sagging down in front of his shoulders. Looks great.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
Remember, Lutnick's happy as hell. In addition to raping children and getting away with it, even though everyone knows he did it, his family company gets billions, as so many companies have sold the rights to their tariff refund checks for pennies on the dollar to his family company.
That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long.
Incidentally, the trade deficit is higher than it ever has been. It turns out it's really, 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 really difficult to build American manufacturing when you're tariffing lumber and steel. So, you know.
I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing.
Again, this is why I say, like, Trump never lies. He genuinely is upset here. Anyone else in this position would be trying for some sneering midwit, like, takedown. Like, J.D. Vance up here would be like, well, what they failed to consider is this provision of this bill. They would try to, like, outsmart, because to them it's all like a yes and prompt. Trump is, like, actually fuming over this.
You can do with some of our people.
Like, look at, like...
Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
You keep saying we're done with democracy, but was America ever a democracy? Yeah, no, I 100% believe so. Actually, I think it's really unfortunate that the only major institutions that track democracies are like lib shit, you know? I think that what I think of is like how beholden to the public is the government and how well informed is the public. Those are like the two big pillars, basically. Like, you need to know what's going on to be able to make your opinions, and how like affected is the government by the opinions of the population. And we're not in a good place right now. Okay, American democracy probably peaked in like the late probably from like the late 60s to the early 80s. Probably Reagan probably marked a declining period. I think the fact that Watergate was such a big deal means democracy had to have been at a high point around there. I think, and it's difficult to think of now, like the idea, because like Black Lives Matter, like how a fucking billion people walked out in the streets. What happened? Nothing, you know? Whereas the civil rights movement, the second wave feminist movement, really big strides. Yeah, like under LBJ, it had to have been under LBJ, except for the Vietnam War. Maybe that's the most we can strive for. We get to have a functional democracy, except we have one really unpopular war going on. That's the trade-off. That's the most you can ever hope for. I genuinely don't know. But right now, the degree of like consent manufacturing, I think, is almost unprecedented. You know? Do you think Cuba's a democracy? No, the Cuban government's really bad. It's unfortunate because I want to root for them, but no, they're quite bad. Yeah. Yeesh. Anyway, sorry.
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security. And also,
I want to be clear, by the way. I think that the health of a democracy is in many ways more measurable by its people than its government. The problem is with MAGA. Obviously, when we say MAGA, we think of the government, but I'm talking mostly about the people. About 35% of this country are like genuine human cattle and cannot participate in democracy. Their disenfranchisement would make this country more democratic, not less. They are so misinformed. They are misinformed in ways that people have not been misinformed before, and they are misinformed to extents that it's difficult to even comprehend, you know? It is, I genuinely do not think we have ever seen an example before of a cult of personality this strong, where the president can do literally nothing to change their mind. There is no other president in American history the Epstein files would not have sunk. That's just one. That's just one thing. Of the million things that have happened, that's just one. There is no other. I can't think of any other. I don't know, maybe you go back to like 1812 or some shit I'm not fully educated on. I genuinely don't think there's a comparable example to this of a voting population being this programmed. You know, that's because, keep in mind, the media environment that people are marinating in these days is much more complete than it ever has been. Propaganda 100 years ago was like the radio, and you get a daily paper. Nowadays, it's like you wake up, your phone algorithm gives you the shit to believe, radio on the way to work, at work, you've got Fox News on the TV, all your coworkers believe what you believe. It's like an unbelievable amount of control over what people think. So as a consequence, you know, I think that democracy is basically impossible. All of these are controlled factors, by the way. None of this happened of the volition of the people who have been subjected to it, of course. It's pretty bad. Though, to be fair, back then you also had limited access to information. No information is better than what MAGA has. No info is much, much, much better than constant disinfo. The abject ignorance of a person in the 18th century, like a peasant, would be infinitely preferable to the manufactured, weaponized ignorance of a person who is in the MAGA movement today. And I mean 100% I believe that without question. Not every guy, not every Trump supporter, but a lot of them.
I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well.
You say being part of the algorithm? You say having drank the same water Hitler drank. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I do say, yeah.
Good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the...
Was he on Twitter? Where? Okay, to be clear, no one ever doubted that the stock markets would reach these highs at some point, because that's all the stock market does. If the stock market isn't climbing constantly, it means that everything's about to catch on fire. It's really, really bad. It's a totally broken system. The line has to go up. It can't waver.
Nobel Prize winners in economics, they said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so.
Keep in mind that every dollar in the stock market is a dollar pulled out of the real economy. Money held in assets and equities is money that's not liquid, meaning that it's not being used to pay rent or to buy and sell goods, to pay wages. As a proportion of the total amount of money in the money supply, the amount used to pay wages has been going down over time.
Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country.
Actually, a really great confirmation of how little illegal immigration has to do with fentanyl trafficking across the border, that border crossings have plummeted to a tiny fraction of what they were under Biden, but fentanyl is only down 30%, according to him. You know, it's like, oh, shouldn't it be down like 90% or 95% or something? Down 30%? So overwhelmingly, the fentanyl was coming in through like legal citizens or legal immigrants who were trafficking it.
To poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them. And we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it.
Hold on, Vosh. You can't say money is stored in the stock market because the stocks are exchanged between people for money. The stocks themselves are not money. Yeah, but you hold on to it. Like money you hold as in equity is illiquid. I mean, you could if you're like day trading, I guess, but the vast majority of the money that's in the stock market is kept there. I mean, theoretically for years and years and years. You know, the point is to speculate. You're not really like pulling that at any moment. Theoretically liquid, but that's just not how it plays out. Also, once it's liquidated, it gets added into the M2 money supply. So if you wanted to do calculations on like what percentage of like each year of the total value of the stock market is liquidated from like from equity into you know, like more liquid currency, you could do that. You know, it is added in there into a savings account or what. Well, if that would be M1 now, as of 2020.
And hundreds of billions of dollars will continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little two-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot.
It is technically true. The president does have a lot of power in this regard.
Charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by
the founding fathers were dumbasses, TBH. This isn't because of the founding fathers. There are just powers that Congress has ceded to the president. That's it. The biggest one being the ability to declare war. Like the founding fathers did not confer onto the president the ability to declare war. Now nobody has to declare war because everything is a fucking, you know, police action. It's been getting worse, and now it's getting like much worse. You know. That being said, yes, the founding fathers were also dumbasses.
Decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision. For those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that?
Again, I know I keep saying, but new people keep coming in. The distinction here is that Congress, anything involving the generation of revenue, the power of the purse, that goes to Congress. If you are invoking tariffs to like raise money, that's Congress. That's what the Supreme Court said. Whereas the president has the ability to impose restrictions on trade based on national security requirements. So essentially what Trump is saying is, I can ban shit for any reason, but I can't get any money for it, which is true.
Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So,
because he would just do it under the apparatus of national security, yes.
Think of that.
You got a gallon of spit in your
might
mouth,
not
sir.
Substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The trade.
I was just thinking, like, he had Lutnick or somebody like write these out for him. He has no fucking idea what he's reading. He's so funny, dude. He's so fucking funny.
Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear, but it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant
it did not.
That. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country.
Wouldn't that be nice?
There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's
as an accelerationist, should I be upset the tariffs are going away? I don't think the tariffs are going away, man. The whole press conference is Trump saying, in spite of the Supreme Court ruling, I will continue to do everything I was doing and more. I don't think they're going away. I think Trump's essentially saying, like, I'm ignoring the ruling. He's doing what he did before, which is he's pretending that the Supreme Court ruling gave him some new way of doing the thing that he was already doing. It doesn't. He is openly said that the Supreme Court ruling was unambiguous. Not that it was needed, because we already knew what the responsibility of Congress was with regard to taxation, but the tariffs, using tariffs as a way of generating revenue rather than in specific national security concerns, is the purview of Congress. And what Trump is essentially saying is, nuh-uh. So, I mean, again, it's like, so what are they going to do? Send marshals? You know? Who's going to do anything about this?
To get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA. Anything. I just can't charge anybody for it.
That's what a tariff is.
I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways.
Like?
The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade.
Except tariffs. You can do all those things, but you can't charge them money, which is what a tariff is.
With the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many.
The trade deficit has gone up. Just repeating that. We now intake more than before.
Decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore,
notice how he's not saying which law gives him the authority to impose tariffs in other countries. He's pointing out correctly that IEEPA, which is, by the way, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, gives him the ability to do a bunch of other stuff. We already knew the president can embargo other countries. That's not new. Licensing, embargoing, blocking trade, anything in the name of national security or a national emergency. We already knew that. So what allows you to do tariffs? He hasn't named a law, has he? Did anyone miss that? Did I miss? He keeps alluding to these other laws that give him even more powerful tariff powers. Has he named the law?
for effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs. They're existing.
Well, there we go, but what's the law?
They're there. Remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies.
He did cite a section of U.S. code about national security tariffs. So my understanding is that he has the ability, it says you can impose a 10% global tariff, but you're limited to 150 days of implementation without congressional approval. What is he referring to that would replace the existing tariffs?
Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and you know, they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have more of a, we have a totally firm.
I'm looking through what Justice Kavanaugh listed in his dissent as to what the president might use, and so far, at least off the first one, this is bunk. The Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232 for national security, authorized the president to adjust imports, including through tariffs, if the Department of Commerce finds that specific goods are imported in quantities that threaten to impair national security. So again, this is once more a specific national security designation. You can't use this to tariff the entire planet. Well, I guess, I'm sorry, I apologize. Trump can do whatever he wants. He breaks the law every day. He rapes children. There's no, like, obviously, when I say, like, you know, the law doesn't allow this. What I mean is, like, technically, I'm putting on the nerd glasses. You know, like, it's not, it doesn't reflect reality, I guess, you know. So the Section 232 thing is bunk. In a sane society, he could be sued over all this. What about the Trade Act of 1974? Hold on. Trade Act 1974. There's three listed by Kavanaugh here. Sections 122, 201, and 301. Well,
decision now. And I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally.
301 doesn't work because it doesn't specifically refer to... Okay, these are... Sorry, this is... I'm going to just let the conference play out, not interrupt it every time I learn something new about these shit-ass laws. But, like, if you want a phenomenal example of how much authority Congress has deferred to the president, look at what Kavanaugh referred to. There are, like, 3 congressional bills that have basically said, yeah, if there's an emergency, the president can just do whatever he wants, basically. Does it give him unlimited tariff authority? No. But it does give him a lot of authority. So, I mean, to the extent to which we have, like, a real functioning democracy, I don't know. It seems like Congress willfully ceded a lot of its power. Really bad.
But we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm very curious.
Thank
you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to...
The one where one of the workers called you a pedophile? That Ford plant?
Great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said,
I wish I lived in North Korea so that I grew up with the kind of propagandistic conditioning that would allow me to look at something like this and be like, yep, that sounds right. It'd be nice to, it's the disconnect, the real humiliation is the disconnect between like living in a country where you're told like, this is a democracy, critical thinking, and then like this happens and everyone in this room is going to let that slide. No one here is willing to risk their job by saying that's bullshit. Nobody here believes that.
Oh, this is a great place in Georgia, he said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs.
Manufacturing jobs are down across the country.
And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips for 30 years longer.
China should just invade Taiwan.
And they put our...
It's not like we do anything about it. Like, they should just get it over with now while Trump's president. They should just, like, fucking rip the Band-Aid. Jesus Christ.
Companies, Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies...
What do you mean stole? They just made chips we weren't making? American industry has been doing this for ages. Biden placed a 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles because our car companies were whining that they couldn't keep up with their subsidized industry, even though we subsidize our industry in the form of tariffs, in addition to other things. It goes back to like a long storied tradition of American industry whining that it has to compete with the rest of the world, and our country getting more and more antagonistic because of it.
In Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court...
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels.
What's better, an actual dictatorship or this? I maintain that an actual, like, proper technical dictatorship would be run in many ways more competently than this, because the leader would have to worry about being replaced. Whereas now we have the worst of both worlds. We have like completely unchecked executive power with basically no limits, except for in the court system, admittedly. But then on the other hand, we have a country with so much money and so much institutional stability that there's no risk that incompetence might overthrow the whole thing.
Please. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy...
all that effort, your chief legal correspondent saying that Trump has merely been testing the limits of authority, all that just to get ignored anyway.
It's the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report...
Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. We have a sycophant.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report...
You can always tell that it's one of their sycophants because they're always 25 years old and they sound like they just got pulled out of Groyper school.
expectations. CPI report beat expectation. Real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace?
Also, they're really bad at pitching questions. Like, you might as well just say, what do you have to say to Americans who think you're not perfect in every way? You know, like, but they stumble over it. They're worked up. They're anxious. Big forehead. Well, yeah, he's balding at like 25.
Off track.
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this, we really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had
Not that it actually matters what you ask him, because his answer is always going to be the same.
Hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is a strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Is the everyone ripping us off rhetoric seriously originating just for the dog shit investment manufacturing? No. It's just a typical fascist line. The fascist must be perpetually humiliated. It's a cuck fetish of a political ideology. The Nazis did it with the Jews. The idea that the Jews sold them out in World War I. It's always the same thing. They had the energy they try to play off of is like, well, everyone's fucking our pussies all the time, you know?
Trump. So since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. They said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds?
The funny thing is that their insistence on not laying out a legal pathway to refunds is probably because they wanted to avoid the possibility of giving Trump so audacious an order that he would defy them, but he's defied them anyway. You know, they wanted to avoid prompting him into a constitutional crisis with like a direct order, but now they're in one anyway. So, you know.
For companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years.
5 years?
Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
We're going
negotiations?
straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You've claimed that they will pay for them. What happens?
Well, like the farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there.
Do you think Trump actually thinks the U.S. economy is doing well and that employment's up? Yes, he absolutely 100% believes that, without a doubt, guaranteed, easily.
About tariffs, and we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly, and countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So, to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly.
Who the fuck does this guy look like? Why does this guy look so much like somebody?
We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate, and
I think you have Q. What's his name? John Delancey?
address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out. No. And we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit
Neil Patrick
keeps
Harris?
going down.
He does look like Neil Patrick Harris. Maybe everyone looks like Charlie Kirk.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he? Doesn't even know. And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariff.
Excuse me.
There's several Republicans
people
have said that.
Yeah,
but why wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have
through.
the right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress. So there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress,
the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's been votes in the Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost.
Notice how White House reporters, White House correspondents actually do have the ability to ask follow-up questions, even to interrupt the president, and he'll even engage with them. It's just that all of them choose not to.
Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and we got. And what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left. Because these people have been destroying. They are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%.
Yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Isn't the not good Republicans thing an insane admission of weakness? Not to suggest that it's good that the president is doing everything on its own, but this whole thing has been a demonstration of weakness, because a real authoritarian country would have the Congress pass overwhelmingly everything the president wanted. That's what you want. If they were capable of it, that's what they would do as well. The problem is they don't have 60 senators, you know? They also don't have the margins they need in the House. The House is basically gridlocked at this point. It's essentially 50-50. Because people have resigned and died, and Marjorie Taylor Greene's out and so on. Yeah, no, it does make his hold on the country look very weak, that he doesn't feel like he can use the legislature as a vessel for presidential power, you know? The unitary executive theory is not one that confers like great strength. The point here is to loot the country as quickly as possible. The point here is not to establish a 1,000-year Reich.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to... Look, the man I met with yesterday who owned a factory was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people.
Is massively reduce their taxes, yeah.
But when I saw him, and then he said it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down. Other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years we have the lowest murder rate. Okay, and our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can this is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates.
Are you guys excited for the appointment of the new Epstein-affiliated Fed chairman? Are you guys hyped the fuck up for -8% interest rates? Are you guys ready? It's so fucking over. It's unimaginably over. Hey, for a brief window of time, that'll be a good time to get a mortgage, okay? After that, though,
political reasons he likes him, but we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit.
Why do they want to destroy their own economy? Because they're looting. Again, like these are not industrialists. Everyone believes the system is dying. It's over. It's all over. Panic sell everything. They're just liquidating the assets. The entire it's not a long-term plan. It's like a private equity company, you know? The goal is you buy stuff up, you hike up prices, you lower quality, and then you shred everything for as much cash as you can get for the raw materials. And that's it. That's the goal. There's no longevity here, okay? None of these people think this game is going to last long.
And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well, but I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump.
I saw a tweet the other day, and it was true, and it occurred to me a lot of people might not remember this because they weren't aware of the housing market like prior to, I guess, 2016 or so. But the tweet, it was something like, people don't realize how good the economy used to be or how good the housing market used to be. It used to be that if you had a roommate, people assumed you were gay. Which is true. That was a common talking point. I remember back when I was in high school, the idea of like getting a roommate out of high school or into college or whatever, it was like, why would you have a roommate? Like, you special buddies? Because rent was so much lower back then. It's crazy how much we've lost and how quickly.
So that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs, I read very well, great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political.
So what is the bad thing that'll happen after the interest rates are cut? I have other videos where I talk about it more, and I'm not like a super duper committed econ guy, but the basic gist of it is that the rape of the country, the transfer of wealth to the upper class is facilitated in large part by a financial scheme that only works with very low interest rates. The idea is that if interest rates are very low, you pay low interest on the loans you take, so it's very easy to borrow money, and you use that borrowed money to invest, and the return on the investment is greater than what you have to pay in interest on the loan, meaning that the best way to make money isn't to build things or provide services or make products or whatever. The best way to make money is through financialization. And if everyone with money is like, what kind of rube would want to build things, sell products or services? I should just do financial schemes. That's like, it's a very efficient way of making money, and also it's contributed to like why everything is the way it is right now, essentially.
Want to be politically correct when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. Maybe I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well, and we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business-oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies, too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asking, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And
sorry for being quiet. I was looking up out of curiosity, because we talk often about that scheme, right? Low interest rates facilitating borrowing than investing. I didn't realize total private debt is actually higher than U.S. government debt. I didn't realize there was that much of a schism. Total private debt, including financial corporate debt, is estimated to be over 40 trillion. I've never looked that over before. So that's not debt the government owes. That's debt, to a large extent, corporations have deliberately accrued, borrowing from banks so they can invest the borrowed money with. This is true for most of the world. Yeah, because the financialization of the economy is happening everywhere. This is like a global neoliberal program, though it is hastening, and it is particularly bad over here in a lot of cases. But like, hey, look at Japan, the 1990s, right? Nations have like debt bubbles that pop sometimes. Though at this point, if our debt bubble pops, that would be pretty bad. You know, that would be pretty bad. That would be a little bit apocalyptic.
By the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week?
Stupid question. Mind you, because of low interest rates, those banks aren't getting returns on their investments and are asking the Treasury for money. Yeah, the Treasury did a payout to banks just a couple of days ago, right? Probably going to get worse.
And will you speak with them?
They are invited. Barely.
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 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come, okay?
And there we go. Sorry, last time I paused the thing. That's a lie. Total outstanding public and private debt across all sectors in the U.S. from 2000 to 2024. In 2000, here we are at 28.6 trillion, and now we're past 100. And it's been really going up the past couple of years, too. You know, it kind of slowed down here in the second half of Obama's presidency. Sheesh. Why do Americans keep borrowing? I literally just explained this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes?
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually. But he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now. And we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this, Mr. President.
No,
of course
the India
they
deal
are.
is on here.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there's another war that you stole and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800 2 weeks ago.
It's been called illegal. How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, the new sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen.
All right, I think we got the gist. Yeah, so I don't know. Unrestrained presidential authority, everything's collapsing, et cetera, et cetera. You're all pretty familiar with how I feel about all this. I guess the question is, like, is the Supreme Court or is Congress or is anyone going to do anything about the open defiance of their very monumental ruling, you know? Will anything be done? Probably not. But it's fun to imagine. I don't know. I don't really know. Kind of seems like the inertia's kind of set in at this point, you know what I'm saying? I wonder if those refunds are going to go through. All right, let me pitch this to the editors. Crazy fucking timeline. Sending the press conference over. Prob just... Oh my God, what are these links I'm seeing in my peripheral vision? Do you people not see I'm typing right now? I can't look up while I'm typing. I don't know how to type. I type like a pigeon eating grain. Well, while we get to the rest of the destruction of the country, if anyone's watching and they're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing. I like it when the number goes up. I'm a big, like, MMO head, you know? I really, really like to see that bar climb. And in addition, if you like chat, you should join it, vosh.gg. Okay, moving on. Get the keyboard cam. No, I do not want to be made fun of. Nice try, though. Nice try. So what are these links? What are these links? MAGA is the Antichrist. That is true. APAC tracker. I've brought up Track APAC. My brother is in Department of the Army Civilian, works in Intel. This article is passed around his office group chat as to why we're striking Iran. Gathering Storm. That's a lot of text. I'll have to get to that at some other point. The reason we're striking Iran is because Israel wants war. Okay. How does your stance that Trump can't lie work with the fake examples he cited? Because what he said was spiritually true to him. I know the Lex Wessner clip has been posted in chat legitimately like 20 times. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Answer the question. 5 words, okay?
I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? This guy, big Epstein friend, big child rapist, loves raping kids. You know, getting elbow deep. So, yeah. In fairness, I'm pretty sure that most defense attorneys would like to say this to their clients in any circumstance, anyway. You know what I mean? Like, this is a common sentiment, not just like an Epsteinite sentiment. Very funny hot mic moment. What is this? Joe Biden failed us, said by the MAGA plant in Texas run by... Oh, this is another CIA account. Florida Politico, DNC alumni, host of the morning commute inspoutable, hashtag openly black. Social media influencing is my job. Gotcha.
I will say what I think not enough Democrats have been willing to say. Joe Biden failed us on our southern border. I remember talking to my colleagues in the Texas legislature who represent border communities. They told me about the utter chaos on the border. And that failure by Joe Biden paved the way for Donald Trump to come in with masked men in unmarked vehicles, secret police, tearing parents from their children, kidnapping people off the street. I think both parties have failed us.
That is true, yeah. No, it's 100% true. Biden did a fucking terrible job of managing the border in a wide variety of ways. Joe Biden failed in messaging. He did also fail in messaging, but like mathematically, the number of border crossings did spike during Biden's term. And a big part of that was, well, The reason they went down now is because Trump has ruined the country and nobody wants to come here anymore. But under Biden, they went up for a variety of reasons, like rules that were passed during COVID ending, or like shifts in policy. Most of it was just a lack of proper funding directed that way, which, you know, Biden tried to address with a very, very bad bill that ended up not going through anyway. There's not a border crisis, just open it, let people in if they want. That's kind of a stupid point, though. Like, you need to track people when they're in the country. Having illegal immigrants is bad, not because they're dangerous, but because they're a bureaucratic failure. You want those people to be tracked so that you can provide them services, tax them. I mean, you want, like, you don't want people literally just like marauding into the country. Like, more money should have been given to immigration courts and towards certain elements of Border Patrol. Even if I dislike the DHS, you do need some kind of Border Patrol. Border Patrol used to be under the office of the Department of Justice. But no, I mean, he fucked it up in a bunch of ways. Did this post get ratioed? Yeah, well, I mean, calling Tallarico a MAGA plant is a pretty clear indicator that you're not a good faith actor. God, I hope he wins. God, I hope he wins. So many bots keep calling him a MAGA plant. Dude, legitimately, on pro-Tallarico posts, every single one of them that I have seen has had, like, at least a dozen, why didn't you vote for the experienced black woman bits underneath. It's insane how, like, determinedly they're running with that line. The Mossad agents, yeah. It's fucking crazy. Winning message alert. Oh yeah, speaking of, Olivia Giuliana actually cast a vote for Tallarico, which is really, really insanely funny to me because, again, like, it's weird. Crockett is not backed by, like, the Dem establishment. You would expect them to because they're evil, but it's not like Olivia Giuliana is like the definition of a astroturfed social media stooge of the DNC, but she still likes Tallarico, so that's cool. You know, I'm not going to complain. I like this one. Olivia Giuliana supporting Tallarico and Nina Turner supporting Crockett. You've all seen this, right? Nigeria and Egypt versus Biafra and the Republic of Benin. The former supported by the UK, Soviet Union, United States, Israel, Bulgaria, Ethiopia, Senegal, Somalia, Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Niger, Congo, Kinshasa, Algeria, Syria, and Saudi Arabia versus France, China, West Germany, Israel, parentheses, after 1968, Portugal, Spain, allegedly the Vatican, South Africa, Rhodesia, Haiti, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, and Czechoslovakia up until 1968. Incredible. Having Israel on both sides, phenomenally funny. Allegedly Vatican City, incredible image, truly. Real thing, by the way. Do I know anything about it? No, I don't. All I know is this image. Least cooked African Civil War. Man, the Cold War was a funny fucking time. Israel tagged in for Czechoslovakia. Ow. The marks, the Hebrew stars appearing on Czechoslovakia's cheeks as it summons Sukuna, parentheses, Israel, to take over, to defend Biafra. Stop. I'm sorry. I didn't get to finish the fucking what's it called? Blank incident last night because of my internet. Internet crashing out. Shibuya, thank you. I've been there. Nice place. Okay, what were we talking about? The deep state? Or something? Type shit? So who was in the right on this fight? Between Nigeria, Egypt, Biafra, and the Republic of Benin, I'm going to assume that both sides were pretty Hitlerite. I'm just gonna, I with no knowledge on the subject, I'm going to assume that everyone involved was pretty bad. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but when I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying, it is the shortest line to the front. Because if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing. But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person, let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
I just said, I don't think that, I just said, I think there can be.
This is old. Don Lemon looks a lot younger here than he does now. So what is this, from like Trump's first term?
Sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black.
Last year? Am I just imagining Don Lemon looking a lot older than he actually does? Maybe I'm mixing up two people. I feel like Don Lemon looks super young here. You know what it is? It's the lighting. The last time that I saw Don Lemon, it was in really harsh, like, blue lighting, because he had been arrested for the church business in Minneapolis, and here he's in really warm lighting, so he looks a lot younger. Probably that. Anyway, kind of funny. It's crazy how much MAGA has done to alienate these two. I cannot believe Bill Maher was the subject of a Trump roasting, you know? Also, he's actively aging. Yes, also time passes forward. Thank you very much. Riveting stuff. I'm clearing my tabs of stuff I found half interesting before we get to the next segment. Sometimes you find a segment in the process, you know, you got to dig through the dirt a little bit. It's like Minecraft. Camila Cabello raises awareness for the living conditions in Cuba. It's been 67 years of a failing dictatorship and oppressive regime. The Cuban people are suffering in an echo chamber where no one can hear them speak, because to speak is to risk your life. Many people are starving, looking for food in trash heaps, and the only way to survive is having relatives ship you a box of medicine, because not even the hospitals have medicine. Yeah, man, that's the government doing that. Ugh. What disgusting stuff, man. It's crazy. Why did her family flee? I don't know anything about Camila Cabello. I'll look up right now. I'll see. Did your family flee Castro? Did they have slaves? Cuban-born American. Oh, Cuban-born. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hey. It's really, really bad, man. Cuba's gonna collapse pretty soon. What an unflattering fucking Wikipedia picture. Holy shit. Damn, they hate her ass. Oh my god. I'd be threatening lawsuits. I'd be filing cease and desist if I was her. To the Wikipedia Foundation. It's not that bad. It's pretty fucking bad. Let's see. Oh, she was born in Mexico City? I thought the thing said she was born in Cuba. She mentions that her parents tell her she was born in Cojimar in the Habana del Este district of Havana, Cuba. Wait, you left Cuba a few days after your birth? Her father was born in Mexico City. Her mother is Cuban and Mexican. Meeting in Mexico City. Her parents moved to Cuba. Wait, met in Mexico City. Parents moved to Cuba. They had a child there and then immediately moved back to Mexico City, and that's where the hospital issued records to her? I don't know. Whatever. When Cabello was between 6 and 7, she relocated to Miami, the heart of all evil Cubans. Phenomenals. Twice in one segment? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Make it stop. See your voting record? Is that a section here? Personal life? Yeah, I don't see a voting record section. Embarrassing? It is super embarrassing. How the fuck? Like, what we're doing to the Cuban government right now is so obvious and open, and Marco Rubio's disgusting, like drooling at the mouth desire to see the country collapse. How the fuck do you talk about what's happening in Cuba without acknowledging our involvement? It's I've genuinely, it like baffles me, because I don't think she's like a deep state plant or whatever. I don't know what motivates that behavior. I don't know. Insane shit. She just seems uninformed. But that's not enough. Like, right now, the president and the Secretary of State are openly saying, we would love regime change in Cuba. We're going to embargo them. We're going to threaten Cuba into not providing them aid. We're going to increase the embargo. Like, how do you, and you post about it now? Where are you getting this information from that you're missing? That's crazy. You think she's exactly aware of that? That's what I'm asking. Also, it's not subtle. Like, why, if you're going to talk about an ongoing political issue, I feel like, but most people don't look at the news. But she's talking about the news. Why are you all pitching like dumb hypothetical explanations? The answer here is ideology. What are you trying to argue with me? Yeah, we're not having a kitchen convo right now. Jesus Christ. They want to fix her. It's because she's pretty. They all see she's a mess, and they're like, I could fix her. They don't know. They don't know it's just an unflattering photo. I'm in my kitchen. Clean up those fucking dishes. Piece of shit. I think it's a nice photo. That's great. Okay, last one, and this is a good one too. Florida House voted 80-30 to abolish all non-school property taxes for homeowners. Phenomenal. Incredible.
All members voted. Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
80 yeas, 30 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes.
Christ. The boomerocracy starts here. Apparently, this will take effect on January 1st if approved, but it looks like it will. Where are they getting their money now? You just don't have any money. The only people who get to have money are old people with retirement accounts. That's it. That's it.
Well, Florida lawmakers, they are one step closer to eliminating most property taxes on homestead properties after a bill passed in the state house, and this bill now heads to the Senate. So essentially, if you live in the home you own, you would no longer pay most property taxes except for school taxes. Local governments, including the city of Fort Lauderdale, say it's concerned because property taxes fund many essential services.
Yeah, taxes fund things. They're used for stuff.
Either we're going to reduce our services, which means that people are going to not be able to expect clear water or be able to flush their toilet more than once a day, or we're going to raise taxes. We're going to raise taxes on businesses, which means that businesses are going to have to pay more in rent. And talking about rent, what about the young people, the families that come and live in Fort Lauderdale and all these new rental communities? All their rents are going to go up because the taxes are going to go up on their buildings.
Yeah, the money has to come from somewhere, right? So if approved, it would be added to the November 3rd ballot, and voters will have a final say.
What was that last part about flushing once a day? You know, clean water costs money to make. 1,000% sales tax.
Tonight, we have big changes that could be on the way for Florida homeowners.
Lawmakers in the Florida House voted to send a measure to the ballot that would repeal nearly all property taxes that aren't school district levies.
10 Tampa Bay News reporter Miranda.
This feels very Tampa, don't you think, Tampa Bay? Like these 2%, like if you were just given this image, you would be able to guess like this is a Florida local news broadcast.
Parnell has been looking into this story all day. And Miranda, if it makes it to the ballot, you've heard there's a lot to consider.
That's right, Dave, Courtney. You know, I'm sure a lot of people would be thrilled at the basic concept of a massive cut to property taxes, but many people are concerned because local jurisdictions would have to figure out how to make up the cash with that cut to funding. Now, many say that that could impact the everyday lives of taxpayers.
You know, everything from getting your pothole filled to new roads to fixing existing roads to building a raised stadium.
According to Hillsborough County property appraiser Bob Henriquez, these are just a few examples of what could be at risk.
What an ugly fucking house. Oh my God. What a blighted, disgusting, wretched front facade of my house. I don't know. Give me mismatched stair railings. Give me featureless Minecraft block pillars. Give me a gigantic, like 100 square foot windowless wall adorning the garage entrance, which is apparently the most important part of the front, and then a little a white picket fence enclosure, for some reason only coming out like 5 feet from the house when there's a big open unmarked lawn next to it. Phenomenal. Really just abysmal shit. Jesus Christ.
Of what could be at risk if a proposal to cut property taxes that aren't school levies is put into place. And for Hillsborough County taxing authorities, it's estimated to be
It's about $800 million annually. Some portion of that has to be made up somewhere. Where does that come from? And that's the thing that no one really wants to talk about, because that's, you know, difficult. Is it, you know, raising sales tax to 10, 12%? Is it some other form of fee or tax?
The bill's sponsor.
Floridians might just be fucking stupid. They are. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like an actual state IQ difference there. People choosing to live there in spite of climate change, like living there outside of like being some young renter in a major city like Miami. Like for a lot of the older people there, it might actually be an IQ test, because everyone else would have moved out because it's getting bad. Like a lot of property insurance companies won't even do business there anymore. People have to rely on the state provided property insurance, which, like, how many states you know have that? How many states you know have a state option for property insurance? Because, like, property insurance companies won't do business there. Too broke to move? Some of them. It's a stupid state. Anyway, I don't know. This for one, this is an increasingly popular notion in a lot of places. They've talked about it in Ohio and Texas. For two, civilizational decline. Everything goes to the boomers who don't sit in it. They just sit in a nest egg, and then when they die, no one loves them. The money goes nowhere. Whatever. Just wasted capital. Fucking gerontocratic pieces of shit. Fucking despise them. And the money goes to Israel. Inevitably, the money goes to Israel, obviously, yeah. In the long run, for sure. I just think, I don't know, I don't really understand how this country is supposed to survive the widespread belief that taxes don't do anything. Like, taxes are when the government wants to be mean. And you always want them lowered. It's always good when they're lowered. So any politician that succeeds in getting them lowered, no matter what the consequences, it's always good. I don't know what you do with that, right? We're in a fucking death spiral.
Representative Monique Miller said local jurisdictions will need to have tough discussions and create a culture of thrift in government.
I am confident that our local governments can absorb that without having to cut costs. And if they are, you know, I think we're all going to have a conversation about what essential services are. Everybody says it's libraries. Let's start with lobbyists.
And realtor Kristen Fidel says the proposal is already causing conversation in the housing market.
They're trying to figure out, hey, if the cost goes down, obviously, of ownership from the taxes, will my value go up and people willing to pay more for the home going forward? And so they're trying to decide, hey, do I hold off on selling right now? Or is it going to be worth more when I sell it, say, a year from now?
But Fidel says it's too early to make that determination now because this proposal still has a long way to go.
A problem that can legitimately only be solved by the complete decommodification of the housing market. The fact that we view them as a speculative entities is fucking insane. Just shouldn't be allowed. Shouldn't be allowed.
You really need to understand what's going on and what that value of that property is going to be if something like this actually changes. A lot can change between now and then.
And he's not wrong about that proposal still having quite a journey ahead. That includes passing in the Senate before being sent to voters at the ballot box.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling I know how the voters are going to go for.
Tallahassee House Republicans passed their plan to give voters the choice to get rid of homestead property taxes that don't fund schools. Their proposed ballot amendment also locks in minimum funding for law enforcement and public safety. West News' Justin Shecker spoke with the Seminole County tax collector. He joins us live from his office in Altamont Springs. Justin.
Well, like the Democrats in the legislature, Stu, this county's Republican tax collector wonders how counties and cities would make up for a major loss in revenue. The Republican House Speaker says the resolution approved today could set the stage for historic property tax reform.
80 yeas, 30 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Why the fuck is school funding tied to property tax? So poor neighborhoods have poor schools. Basically, we didn't want the blacks to have the good schools, and because they were poorer, because, you know, it was like the 50s and 60s and shit. Their neighborhoods had less money, so they get the worst schools. That's it. It's basically everything bad in this country cycles back to white people shooting themselves in the dick because they were told that the blood would splash on black people.
Passes. The Florida House, along party lines, passed a resolution Thursday that could give Floridians a major property tax break.
This may well be the most aggressive legislation ever passed by a legislative chamber on property taxes in the history of the United States.
For months, Governor Ron DeSantis has called for the complete elimination, but the House resolution preserves homestead property taxes that fund public schools.
Our actions today are not sudden, nor do they meet any reasonable definition of the word quick.
The Florida Senate still needs to approve the proposal before a constitutional amendment would appear on the November ballot.
They will.
We are here to address putting money back into people's pockets. We are also giving our people a choice.
According to the state's own estimate, the elimination of non-school property taxes would result in local governments losing $18.3 billion in annual revenue. Orange County could be down more than $1 billion, while the projection for Seminole County is $328 million.
Where they get the money from, if they don't collect it from property tax, is a mystery.
Seminole tax collector J.R. Kroll says counties and cities might need to increase sales tax rates to pay for police, fire, and other services.
It's the Kansas experiment all over again. I remember hearing about this. The Kansas experiment was the name given to a controversial and widely noted tax-cutting policy/agenda of Kansas Governor Sam Brownback that began with Brownback signing a bill cutting state taxes in May 2012 and ended with the legislature's repeal of the bill in June 2017. It was one of the largest income tax cuts in the state's history. The law cut taxes by $231 million in its first year. The cuts were projected to total $934 million annually after 6 years. By eliminating taxes on business income for owners of almost 200,000 businesses and cutting individual income tax rates. He compared his tax policies with those of Ronald Reagan, describing them as a real live experiment, which would be a shot of adrenaline to the heart of the Kansas economy, and predicted that by 2020 they would have created an additional 23,000 jobs. However, economic growth was consistently below average during the experiment, and by 2017, state revenues had fallen by hundreds of millions of dollars, causing spending on roads, bridges, and education to be slashed. The Republican legislature of Kansas voted to roll back the cuts, although Brownback vetoed the repeal. Holy shit. The legislator succeeded in getting the 2/3 vote necessary to override his veto. Incredible. This is what he looked like? Jesus fucking Christ. In my opinion, if you don't at least believe in Keynesian economics, you're a traitor and should not be allowed to hold office. If you hold office and reveal inadvertently that you are not a proponent of at least Keynesian economic theory, like anything that or to the left of that, I think you should be arrested. I'm not joking. Keynesianism is the moderate position. Unironically. Yeah. He was advised by Art Laffer, the guy behind the Laffer curve. Truth is stranger than fiction, sometimes. There we go. I'm in Mexico, and there are a lot of far-right pseudo-Spanish nationalists actively begging for the USA to invade us. Have you heard of this? Don't be distracted by them. They're very prominent online because they're amplified by bots. They don't represent a significant majority in your country. Like, if you look at Twitter right now, you might believe that 30% of the American population is neo-Nazis. In reality, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of that, but their messaging gets amplified by sympathetic oligarchs, you know? Yeah, like the Albertan secessionists. Just keep that in mind, okay? Don't play too much into the idea that those sentiments are popular. I promise you they're not. However it may look. So Vosh is a minority opinion? Yeah, well, if it was a majority opinion, you wouldn't have to get it from me. All right. I'm glad my internet's been holding up well enough during the stream, in spite of the problems that it's been having. Tesla lost a lawsuit, is now on the hook for $250 million. That's nothing to Tesla. Corporate fines almost always amount to nothing. Trump warns he's considering limited strikes as Iranian diplomat says proposed deal is imminent. I don't know if it is, my man. I don't know. I feel like we're going to bomb your ass. For what reason? For no reason whatsoever. You know, we're just going to do it for fun. Why? Well, for fun. I just said that. What do you want? What are we supposed to do? Not bomb you? These people sound crazy. I'm looking right now at all of the blowback to the Supreme Court ruling, which again, it's going to be a whole lot of nothing. It's going to be it's not going to amount to anything unless somebody calls Trump on his shit. There's no like what do you? We already knew he was breaking the law. You have to do something about it. We're definitely going to bomb Iran. Yeah, I saw this. It's fucking stupid. Trump says he doesn't know if aliens are real, but directs government to release files on UFOs. More. Yeah. Stupid. Hassan's internet's been fucked all week. Really? Well, that can't have anything to do with what's fucking my internet. We live like 800 plus miles apart and probably have different internet services. So unless someone has dropped like an EMP on like over the, Pacific seaboard, a widely ineffective EMP, I would be very, very surprised if that was the cause. I thought you said JJK was boring? I don't think I said that. It's not boring, it's ass? It's not ass. Come on. What it is overly efficient. But I'm not going to talk about this no more because I'm watching it right now with my partner, and sometimes they peep into stream, and I don't want to stop. I don't want to spoil anything, you know? I just got something lit up on my phone. I thought it would be a message, but it wasn't for my partner. Can we please cover the NYC budget negotiations? Seems like it could be big. What do you mean seems like it could be? I mean, it's the budget of the capital city of the world. It is big, but what do you mean? Cover what? What do you want me to cover? It's happening. I mean, it's really up to whether or not Hochul is willing to give. And I feel like there's a strong push for her not to, or for not to enable it. And I don't really know. A lot of people are trying to frame it as though Mamdani is the one pushing these taxes, but all he's really doing is engaging in fiscal responsibility. What is there to talk about? Am I in favor of taxing the wealthy? I'm more in favor of taxing the wealthy than you could imagine. The degree to which I'm in favor of taxing the wealthy would be considered by many of you excessive. Press cated out. You don't know. Yeah, I don't see any new news on Mamdani. The increased property taxes, wealth tax on working people in NYC. Wait, what? Wealth tax and property tax aren't the same thing. The property tax option that Mamdani has said he might have to do would be pretty bad. A lot of people who own property in New York City are not wealthy. I know there's a lot of like low IQ discourse, lefty populism slop, where they're like, oh, every property owner in New York City must be somebody who owns a condo in Manhattan. But like, no, there are a lot of people who own property in Harlem or Queens or whatever who they're just regular guys. Most people in America own the houses they live in. What's that? Hold on. How many Americans own their own home? It's a significant percentage. Home ownership rate of roughly 65.5 to 65.8% of all households. About 2/3, which is like, for people over 55, maybe. Yeah, I mean, of course it's skewed towards the older, but I don't think that we should we should raise taxes on middle-class people just because they own property. I don't know. I mean, they already pay property taxes. I don't necessarily think that should be the avenue we should be collecting money. We already basically don't have a middle class in this country, or at the very least, like, the K-shaped economy is guaranteeing we're not going to have one for long. So given that, we know where we need to get this money from. It is going bye-bye. It is indeed going bye-bye. Aren't people mad at Mamdani for something else right now? They're doing, what is it they're doing? What's the thing they're doing? It's homeless sweeps. Homeless sweeps. This one? Mamdani reboots homeless encampment sweeps New York City. There's a reason for this, I think. I heard this. I didn't look into it too much, but my understanding was that a bunch of people froze to death during the cold snap. Like some dozen or so people. So I think it's more of a like safety thing. He probably should have done some homeless encampment clearing back before then, Is that his fault? I think that he ended a program where, in the anticipation of cold weather, you swept people. There was a bunch of people under the Manhattan Bridge who froze, I think. Homeless, freezing, Manhattan Bridge. Seems like kind of a fuck-up on his end. Let me see. Yeah, the decision came... Here, hold on. NBC New York. The decision came as at least 19 people have died outside over several days of brutal cold in the city, prompting concerns about the city's response. So I think the problem is that historically there has been a campaign to send police over to those encampments and try to get them into the shelters, either by force or not. And Mamdani didn't want to do that, so a lot of them just froze. And I think the issue there is, like, a lot of homeless people are kind of fucking crazy. So they're not going to do what's good for them, and sometimes you have to make them. And that sucks, but it's true. It seems kind of like a lose-lose situation, but 19 dead is a lot. It was a big cold snap. Is that what this is about?
About this. Okay, Janice, thanks. When you're talking about that cold, we know that Mayor Mamdani's top officials face some tough.
How do we handle this as Mamdani supporters? I don't know. What does us being Mamdani supporters have to do with it? We can have our opinions and stuff. We're not sycophants. His opponents will try to drag him through the mud over this. No, they won't, because people who hate Mamdani don't think homeless people are humans. I think this was a fuck up on his end. I understand it from an ideological perspective, but homeless encampment sweeps are, wait, there's no evidence that anyone who died has been living in the encampment. Seems like a pretty important detail. I've heard a lot of information about this that makes it difficult to ascertain the degree to which this is on Mamdani. I think it's a question of, like, could they have done more? And I think the evidence indicates they could have, but it's not as clean cut as, like, he just refused to save people's lives or whatever. It's complicated, you know? 7 of the 19 were indoors. Well, in that case, obviously, that's not on him. I'd be interested in knowing, maybe, and I've heard to the contrary, but maybe, like, basically all the people who died were already accounted for, in the sense that Mamdani would not have been able to save them, even if he engaged in policy that had been taken by the Adams administration, right? I don't know. Again, I'm not really condemning him too hard here, because I understand where this is coming from. But he is now resuming homeless encampment sweeps, which, again, I can kind of understand given the circumstances. You do need homeless encampment sweeps. It's really just a matter of how you do them and how aggressively and so on and so forth. But, like, you really don't want to not do any for pretty obvious reasons. If you don't do any, I mean, you just have people set up tents in the middle of the fucking road, like, just blocking out, like, just because they do that. And where you take people, yeah. The bad version of the homeless sweep is you just go in, knock around their shit, dump it in the trash, now they have nowhere to go, right? The good version is like, listen, you can't be here. Here are, like, safe designated zones. Here are enclosures. Here's shelter. Like, here, we're going to take this stuff because you're kind of blocking the road, you know, but you can reclaim it if you go to this office. Like, all this stuff, nothing's being broken or whatever. There's, like, variants on how to do this, but obviously you can't just cede the entire public domain to the whims of homeless people. Why'd the homeless people not go somewhere inside, though? Well, a lot of them are just tired. A lot of them are mentally ill. A lot of them know that many of the places they can go inside have people who they don't like, or they're worried about being, like, having their stuff stolen. When you pack a bunch of homeless people into, you know, a small enclosure with no locked doors, all it takes is one thieving person to run around during the night, and congratulations, like, you can lose everything. The cash you've been saving to get, like, a down payment on a place you want to rent. You know, people steal shit, so you need lock boxes, but sometimes people steal the keys to the lock boxes. And oftentimes the shelters, the homeless shelters, they're run by people who are, let's say, not the most morally inclined. They might extort you. They might be mean to you. And I think a lot of people would rather be out in the street if it meant, like, not having a guy who controls your entire life shouting at you. So, look, none of this is about blaming homeless people or whatever. I mean, obviously, like, don't freeze to death. Couldn't be me, skill issue, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, outside of that, you know, it's not really... It's just, you have to deal with the hand you're dealt. And in Mamdani's case, there are many homeless people. And what are you going to do, right? I'm not opposed to him resuming sweeps. I saw some people on Twitter, and they were like, haha, fell for it again. Mamdani's now doing the exact same thing as his predecessors. Because he's doing homeless encampment sweeps? Come on, what are you, a fucking child? You thought, what, you think there's, like, a version of this situation that plays out with no homeless encampment sweeps? What do you think happens when they build shit in, like, places they can't? What do they just get to stay there forever? It's crazy. The sweeps aren't even led by the police like with Adam. No, they're now being led by, well, here, let's do the video in the article.
Questions about the city's response to the deadly cold. News 4's Andrew Siff live at City Hall with more on that new response, Andrew.
Yeah, Natalie, this was an emergency hearing held at the city council as city lawmakers trying to ask about those 18 cold weather outdoor deaths and whether any of them could have been prevented.
Outdoor? But the article says 19. One person in chat said some were indoors. I don't know. Anyway, it seems complicated. I don't know the details of every death.
2 weeks after the snowstorm and in the wake of 18 deaths, city officials today admitted the initial blast of frigid weather caught everyone off guard.
That is a really high number of dead for a cold wave. That's pretty bad.
The temperature dropped really sharply, really fast. And that happened on a Friday night. It caught people by surprise.
Under oath at City Hall, Social Services Commissioner Molly Park, who's resigning in the weeks ahead, acknowledged there will be lessons learned from this winter's cold weather deaths. But at today's emergency city council hearing, new data revealed. Of the 18 deaths as of Monday, 15 are believed to be hypothermia related. 8 of them already confirmed hypothermia.
These New Yorkers should be alive today.
Council Speaker Julie Menin questioning the city's policy of letting homeless New Yorkers deemed mentally fit decide for themselves to stay outside.
But is it humane to leave them outside?
These are adults with agency and civil rights. We do not have the right to bring them inside.
I think it is very concerning if someone is experiencing homelessness and then they're asked if they want to come inside and they refuse that. To leave them on the street, I think, is not humane.
The speaker also asked.
It's really tough because like a lot of these people are just stone cold crazy, So I don't know. I mean, past like for a lot of these people, I mean, you wouldn't let a kid stay outside. A lot of these people aren't even a 10-year-old kid mentally. I don't know. That's their choice. Yeah, but isn't it like bad to just let them die? It is their choice, but like, is it? Deport them to California so they can't freeze to death? Well, this is the reason why there are so many homeless in California, right? Because a lot of them get shipped over there because people aren't as likely to freeze to death if they're homeless in San Diego or whatever. Yeah, the greyhounding strat.
Asked whether workers made any contact with those who died.
Did outreach teams speak with any of the individuals who passed away?
We are still doing, full assessment of the individuals. The majority of them, not all of them, had had some contact with DHS, but the number that had some contact in the very recent times was fairly small.
Other data revealed today.
People do stupid shit all the time. Once you start infringing on their rights, it's a slippery slope. Nah, come on. Like for one, there's an established precedent here. We do have like cold weather warnings. We do even have like curfews, right? But listen, okay? In a practical sense, if a mentally ill homeless person insists on staying outside during a cold snap and you agree, you're letting them die. Like, let's not abstract this by turning it into a big fancy pants moral debate over your natural endowed rights. You're letting them die. They're saying like, no, I don't want to stay. I don't want to go inside. I want to stay out here. And you, by accepting that, are like, okay, well, you're dead. Because your brain isn't working properly right now, I'm consigning you to death. And it's people have a right to die. Yeah, but they don't have a right to commit suicide on public property. If a person is considering jumping off a rooftop and you're Mr. Incredible and you get the opportunity to intercept them, I think that's your right. People also have a right to stop you from committing suicide. If you're about to jump off a bridge and you're like, and somebody fucking tackles you, I think they're allowed to do that. Right? Yeah. Superman sued for catching guy jumping off bridge. We've discussed this before, You're allowed to stop people from trying to kill themselves. Well, but they have a right to die. Okay, well then do it away from me. It's tricky, Vosh. You can't force them into a location they don't want to be. That would legally be kidnapping. Well, the state can do that if they want to. Like that's legal. It would be kidnapping if I did it. But it kind of depends on the particulars. Look, I think it's bad when mentally ill homeless people die of hypothermia. I think there are ways of doing homeless camping clearance that are fine. You have to do homeless camping clearance anyway, and sometimes you have to move homeless people around because they're crazy and they do weird shit, Like if you've got, again, I'm sorry, listen, I grew up in Los Angeles. Now I live in Seattle. All right. To me, this is a very real, day to day, you go out, I go to 3rd Street, I go to 4th Street, I see what it looks like. I walk around Skid Row, I walk around Hollywood. I've seen what it looks like. Sometimes homeless people are belligerent. They're aggressive. Are they often? No. Sometimes they are. And sometimes the encampments that they build out, just flatly, you're in the fucking street, dog. You can't be there, you know? Sometimes you have to do these in camp, you know, clear outs. In my opinion, you just have to do them very carefully. That's it. That's all. That's all my, you know, you have to do this. This is people's whole lives. You have to treat it like that. You're not just kicking down a dirty old tent. That's their shit. Everything has to be carefully organized and cataloged and treated. You have to treat every dirty towel like it is your own grandma's, like, fine china, you know? Do we? Yeah, you do. If you're doing a homeless camp in Clearman, I think you do. Yeah, I do. Even if it's really inconvenient, you have to, like, really thoroughly. Why? Because it's their shit, dog. They're already suffering enough. You don't need to. And then there need to be, like, local offices. You can hold stuff there. They can go there. One of the medical terms that's useful is altered level of consciousness. Yeah, like if a person's super drunk. Like if a person was really, really drunk and stumbling around and they were like playing in traffic, I feel like legally you could tackle them and get them the fuck out of the road. Right? Couldn't you? I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you could. If there was like a crazy drunk guy who kept like near missing with vehicles, you could be like, nope, sorry, not watching a guy die today. You can yoink them off the road. And later when he's like, what the fuck? You didn't have a right to put your hands on me like that. You can be like, I don't care. You know, take me to court. Give it a shot. Anyway. When I was homeless and addicted to hard drugs, I wanted someone to force me into rehab and lock me up. I can see that, yeah, because you're spiraling, so you want like an authority to be like, okay, you've spiraled enough. It's time for you to get in the box. And you're in your mind, you're like, well, the box is like a determined, like a finite, concrete point from which I can now orient my life. I'm now in the box, you know? New argument in favor of conscription. Well, we have a good version of this, right? Which is community service. You know, if you commit a crime, they can be like clean up trash along the highway, which I think I wish we did a better version of that, by the way, because like if we could just, every time a guy gets thrown in the drunk tank, it's like, okay, you've got like 4 hours of cleaning up the neighborhood now or something. I feel like there are versions of this that could be like very socially, you know, positive. Very positive. Anyway.
Police offered shelter to 1,500 New Yorkers during this cold snap. About 540 accepted that offer. Those removed involuntarily, 33. City lawmakers did praise the use of warming vans, more widely available this past weekend. But they
really good policy.
They want better messaging to help homeless New Yorkers find them. And under investigation tonight, 7 other deaths. The medical examiner confirmed at the hearing today that 7 people found dead in their homes, and there may have been a cold weather factor there involving not enough heat or other factors.
Well, I mean, obviously, Mamdani couldn't do much about that.
Again, those 7 deaths indoors now under investigation. Reporting live at City Hall, Andrew Siff, News 4 New York.
Breaking news here in the
no idea warming van, but when they get in the van, the driver drives off and takes them to housing. That'd be fucking funny. Close the curtains on the windows so they can't see. The driver's like, yeah, we're just moving around, keep the engine moving, you know. And then when oh fuck, and you're like on the inside of a big fucking hangar bay, and there's a bunch of like social workers around you. God damn it. They're giving you the Narcan. That'd be good. That'd be good. That's dope, Yunoa. I did also read that police are no longer the ones who are fronting these homeless encampment clears. It's now being fronted by a new department. What was it? Homeless outreach, homeless advocacy, something like that. You know, which is good. AP article says that, does it? Yeah, led by the city's homeless services department rather than police. Be more successful. We'll meet them looking to connect with the shelter, looking for the services, connect them with the city that wants to be sheltered indoors, warm and safe. Nice. Honestly, it kind of seems to me like, at least based on the information provided in this NBC video and article, there's not really much evidence that Mamdani was responsible for the increase in deaths. It seems like it really was just a bad cold snap, but he did what he could, but now he's stepping it up. Which is nice to know. What's that press associated with anyway? The Associated Press refers to an organization that represents all press organizations. The job of the Associated Press is to be like the representation for all of them when it comes to getting quotes and videos and so on, which is why they're so important, and also why other news orgs so often cite their videos and their coverage of issues. Think of them kind of like the like a semi-private version of C-SPAN. Yeah, they're a news aggregator. Is that why they suck? They suck, but they suck less than like everyone else, unfortunately. Yeah, it was originally a cartel of other press outlets. It was just like the Associated Press, you know, like you might say like, oh, well, the Associated Police Unions in reference to a bunch of them, you know. Anyway. Zateo is best. Zateo is very good, but they don't quite do the same job. Aren't they the one owned by the race above all Zionist? No, you're thinking of not the Atlantic, the Politico, thank you. I always get them mixed up. I think it's their color scheme. Yeah, you're thinking of every other news outlet, not the Associated Press. Try not to be angry with a lot of dumb takes I'm seeing in chat from people who don't know what it's like to be homeless in New York City. Yeah, well, it's chat. They're always giving dumb takes. Right now, the dumb takes are just intersecting with your personal experiences. For a guy like me who knows everything chat says is frustratingly dumb. So what I'm saying is, like, get used to it, pal. Rough out here. Under the new approach, the mayor's office said the city would first post a notice that the encampment will be cleared, and then send homeless department outreach workers there every day for a week to guide people to social services. Man, that is really compassionate. City sanitation workers would then dismantle the encampment on the 7th day with the hope that people would have cleared out of the area. Police officers would be present as observers. That makes sense. Downey, homeless camp clearings. It's really hard to understand what it's like to be homeless without experiencing it. I think it comes back to the mind-body problem, right? People who believe in, at least implicitly, a kind of dualism, they assume that their mind is this distinct entity that exists outside the influence of your body or environment. So when people are like, oh, if I was homeless, I would just like do the stuff that's smart. But they don't realize that your mind is an organ that is affected by its environment. Just as your tummy may hurt from eating an entire triple stack chocolate peanut butter birthday cake in just a couple of days, your brain hurts from being homeless, like a lot. And you guys make bad decisions because you're like horny late at night. You know, you text your exes, you get angry and throw stuff. You think you'd make good decisions after being subjected to the cognitive damage associated with being homeless? Like you can barely survive the day-to-day rigor of regular life, regular privileged Western first world life, you know? Good luck with We saw that Karina retweet Buddy Glasshouses. Oh, I didn't say I'd do good homeless. Thank you. Didn't say I'd be on a different foot shoe. Something type shit. Thank you. Dude, I don't know why. I'm upset about it. I'm upsetty spaghetti over it. My lower back is killing me. Fucking why? What's your opinion on Australia banning phrases such as "from the river to the sea" and all the other restrictions that are being placed in Australia, especially New South Wales? I think it's cringe and cucked, and also gay. I don't know what I mean. What do you think I'm gonna? What do you think I'm gonna say there? You know, what outcome are you expecting? It's pretty bad. You know, impositions on the free speech of you know, Western countries because Israel doesn't like criticism. Are we really using gay as an insult in 2026? Oh, don't worry. I was using it previous years, too. You're asking a lot of questions, Saul Goodman, which is interesting because if going by, like, your namesake, you actually tend to be more of a declarative person than an inquisitive one. You know, you're asking a lot of questions. Do we? Why? So what? How cold is it there anyway? Why are they private? Why are they not state-owned? Really? How would we? Are police even that bad? Sometimes, what's that Abraham Lincoln quote? You know, sometimes better to remain quiet and be thought a fool than to speak aloud and confirm, dispel all doubt. I'm just saying. Now, hold on. Oi, yup. Ah. Stretch it out. Ooh. How do we make our cities cleaner? It's a pretty broad question. There's a lot of things you can do to help that, right? Like, yeah, soap. In Antichrist news, Xbox head and president is gone, replaced with chief of AI from Microsoft. Lol. Cool. Who cares? I don't know. Feels like it just kind of fits into the whole nobody has any plans for the future outside of financial speculation. Put your AI guy in charge of literally everything. Like, who gives a fuck? It's not like anyone's, you know, playing any Microsoft games or whatever. You see Mike Huckabee saying the U.S. should pay reparations to Israel?
Israel be expected to even pay 1 penny to rebuild Gaza at this point?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll tell you, if anything, there ought to be reparations to Israel for the extraordinary fight that they have had to conduct to get their hostages back. 200.
Gotcha. Yeah, this seems like a Mike Huckabee thing to say. Groiper Factory? They know what they're doing. All right. Why does Israel rely on anti-Semitism? For the same reason that antagonizing the rest of the world is a core part of America's fascist strategy. You know what might be fun? Looking at clothing. How do we feel about this? Never know how to feel about designs or patterns. To me, it's all about the fit in the material. Imo, that's ugly. Yeah, I can see chat's developed a consensus on the subject. This one's cute. I saw it making the rounds. Probably really inconvenient to wear, though. I cannot stand it when the cuffs of shirts come down past the wrist, even if it's very cute looking. But it's like a very feminine design attribute. It kind of indicates you're not doing anything with your hands, you know? I just know that thing itches. It's not touching her skin. See? It's all over the shirt. Dude, I have a bulky sweater like that and it's so scratchy. You're supposed to wear a shirt underneath them. You're not supposed to just throw a sweater on. It's not a sweatshirt, you know? Why is this material so scratchy? Because it's wool? What do you mean? It's wool. If you, the point is to keep you warm and to have certain material properties. If you comb the wool fibers to make them super smooth, you have a totally different garment. Yeah, wool isn't inherently scratchy. You can weave wool tightly, you know? But that makes it less warm. Gotta get herringbone shirts if you want to be at NYC Alpha. Herringbone shirts? That's typically a jacket pattern. Well. What else can you wear under it other than collared shirts? Like a full crew neck sweater? Long sleeve t-shirt. You can wear a thermal. Mostly like a shirt though, you know? Isn't wool supposed to wick, so wouldn't wearing over something hinder that? What do you mean? Wouldn't you mean wearing something under it? Well, sure, but you're not supposed to be sweating in an outfit like this. Like wool, the wicking purpose of a sweater would be if you were wearing like a fisherman's sweater and you were getting water on the sweater from the outside, not from like sweating, you know? You shouldn't really be sweating if you're wearing a sweater anyway, because I think it's cold, right? Like ideally you wouldn't be sweating too bad because of the cold. You can. Why do they call it a sweater then? I don't know. I don't know. Schumer and Jeffries got implicated in the files, by the way. Epstein was invited to gatherings with a dozen members of Congress years after his initial arrest, documents reveal. There was a congressman's birthday gala, a senator's fundraiser at a billionaire's home, and a breakfast to discuss homeland security. I love my government. Psh, psh. Epstein was promised the chance to rub shoulders with Representative Allen West, a rising star, Florida Republican whose district encompassed Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. You will have the opportunity to explore his views on a variety of issues, including spending, the national debt, taxes, education, the economy, Islam, Israel, among others. An hour after it landed his inbox, Epstein replied that he was unfortunately in the Caribbean. Yay. Yeah, Allen West is a blast from the past. See, birthday gala, breakfast briefing. Okay, so let's see. Over half of the lawmakers involved are from New York, New Mexico, and Florida, states where Epstein owned sprawling properties. Notable names include House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and Senator Martin Heinrich. So in what context? Let me see. Intermediaries issued the invitations to Epstein. Oh, wait, I want to know, like, specifically what the relationship was here. What event did they both attend or meet at, you know? Here we go. In November 2012, Mortimer Zuckerman, billionaire, then owner of the New York Daily News and U.S. News and World Report, sent an email to Epstein asking him to attend a fundraiser at his home for then-Senator Max Baucus, a Montana Democrat who left office in 2014. I'd like to add that Senator Schumer is likely to attend the gathering, and I think this will be an excellent chance to interact with two key Senate Democrats. Huh. Interesting. So he wasn't invited by Schumer. It looks like they were just adjacent to each other. Schumer at some point coming into contact with Epstein makes total sense. You know, New York deep state bullshit. Jeffrey's a little bit less so. I wonder what the connection is there. The following year, an employee at a political fundraising firm penned a similar message to the disgraced financier. Dear Jeffrey, I hope you received an invite to the party that Congressman Hakeem Jeffries this Wednesday night. Wait, invite to the party that Hakeem Jeffries this Wednesday night in Manhattan? Okay, it wasn't me. They just had a typo here. The email said, adding that it promises to be a great night. In 2017, over a decade after his first arrest, Epstein received another invitation to a dinner with Jeffries, now the top Democrat in the House. The event, which included a meet and greet, was hosted by Delegate Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands, whose relationship with Epstein triggered a censure vote last year. Jeffrey, hope you can join me for my birthday gala next month. Party was said to be hosted at the Dream Downtown Hotel in Manhattan with a performance by singer Willie Nile. The convicted sex offender was again invited to Crowley's gala next year. Documents suggest. I feel the problem that I have looking over stuff like this is that everyone focuses on the whole child rape angle as like the big nexus of evil here, which, yeah, it's really bad. But the more politically interesting thing is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein's association with a bunch of powerful people never ended after his conviction. It's not really about who went to the island and fucked kids. I mean, that's a big part of it. But also, like, he's getting invited to all this shit, man. He's getting, people are like, can't wait to have you meet with like every Democratic or Republican, just every politician, everyone. It's not partisan. Nobody's like, oh, I wouldn't have that guy over, or why would I interact with a Democrat? They don't agree with my views. It's just like total ubiquity on the idea that it's all one big club, one big party. It's not just about who fucked kids. It's about who didn't care that he did. It's not just about who didn't care that he did. It's why the fuck do they want him there anyway? Beyond the kid fucking and beyond the complicity in the kid fucking, it's why do they keep inviting this guy everywhere? The power brokering is the interesting thing. Why else would they? It's not as though everyone who met Epstein met him because they wanted to be a pedophile on the pedophile island. He met tens of thousands of powerful, culturally influential people over his lifetime. That was not the main driving force for most of them, you know? For a lot of it, it's the power brokering. This guy knows guys, for which there is seemingly no standard at all. Like none of these, there's no issue. You can just bring people, you can bring Epstein to a party and know then nobody will really have a problem with him there. It's crazy. So you can't ask this many questions. This is a Mossad mute. It seems like fraternities are the model for the elite. Yeah, I mean, long have we known this, I suppose. He was a portable ATM. He funded a bunch of stuff. He didn't even have that much money compared to a lot of these guys. In April 2011, a former DEA agent turned head of a private security firm. Wonderful. Former DEA agent turned head of a private security firm invited him to a briefing with then New York Rep Peter King, who repped Long Island until 2021. It was set to be held at the Metropolitan Club, a private social club in Manhattan's Upper East Side. Please be our guest for a breakfast presentation with Congressman Peter King, the invite said. The topic of discussion was listed as Homeland Security. Just a normal thing to talk about at like a private gala. Most spokespeople for the named lawmakers did not respond to requests for comment from the Independent, with the exception of two who said the elected officials never met Epstein. It's not about whether they met Epstein. It's about the fact that Jeffries and Schumer were both attending, or in one case hosting, events where people there felt comfortable bringing Epstein. Like, it goes so much farther than just who rode the Lolita Express or whatever, you know? He just had infinite access to everyone. with no qualms. Everyone knew what he was. This was post-conviction. It wasn't like he was a mysterious financier who they just wanted to be around. Everyone knew. It just didn't matter. It was not even a relevant topic to the inviting of this guy to these events. This is why I'm iffy on AOC not doing the eternal jihad against Schumer and Jeffries. Come on, man, they're demons. No, exactly. Yeah, like if you cannot expect these people to turn against the problems this system has, right? It goes beyond like their positions on something like Medicare for all or whatever, right? It's like fundamentally these people are all part of the same club. I don't think AOC is. I just think she's kind of scared to take them on a little bit, you know? Maybe your life is under threat? Nah. If Thomas Massey and MTG can do what they did, no, I don't think so. It's nothing that sensational. People are just complicit. Other high-profile figures, venture capitalist Peter Thiel and former CIA director Bill Burns, were listed as potential guests. Lovely, lovely stuff. It's all they do. It's the reason why so many people in Congress don't even show up half the time, you know? It's all they do. When they're not on camera talking about some bullshit they don't care about, they're just attending parties and soirees and stuff. A lot of them are at the same ones, you know? MAGA people, Democrats, whatever, they're all up there in you know, Upper East Side New York penthouses talking about this or that, connecting with lobbyists and consultants. None of it matters. God, I fucking hate these people. I think it's mostly just a social circle thing. Like, it isn't even that deep. I mean, yeah, but the social circle in this case is like the hyper wealthy political oligarch club, you know, like I mean, it is, but it's like, well, that's the issue, you know, that all these people are on the same team. It's not a good circle. All right, folks, how are we doing? How are we doing? Crazy way to open the day, you know, with the immediately ignored Supreme Court ruling. Fit check.
You've appealed to genocide.
YouTube short autoplay. The Jeffries invite was for a $50 a ticket dinner. This was not a dinner for the oligarch class. I promise you it was. I know how they start with those. That was a mass email sent out. Who is this? This is a shit photo. How am I fit checking this? Is that Bush? I don't even know who I'm looking at here. That's a Bush? Well, it looks fine. Classic Ivy League athletic look. You know, you've got a what, Letterman jacket or a cardigan or something. You've got a rugby shirt underneath. It looks good. Maybe a polo actually, because I don't see it going all the way out. Looks good. Holy shit, young Tallarico?
You have made a lot of money personally, and you've enriched a lot of corporations with advertising by getting on here and spewing lies and conspiracy theories to folks who trust you. And so what I'm asking you to do is to tell your voters right now that Donald Trump lost the election in 2020.
At least you've resolved the lie that is Democrats are now for voter ID. It's not your show, sir, but at least you resolved the idea that Democrats are not for voter ID.
Did Donald Trump lose the election in 2020?
Real quick.
Can you answer the question? Did Donald Trump lose the election in 2020?
I'm answering questions. I'm not don't really feel any obligation to answer anything
an uncomfortable question for you?
No, it's
See, this is
They call this guy a MAGA plant because he's not a black woman. Flubbed. Okay, what is this? So Tucker Carlson is fresh off the boat. He's had his cock and balls wired up to a car battery by Mossad. He got detained by Israel for a while for being, I don't know, a white man. And now we're talking to Mike Huckabee. What a phenomenal time to talk to Mike Huckabee right after that. You know? What a great setup.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean...
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original.
What am I supposed to pull from this? I know that Tucker Carlson's anti-Israel, and I know that Mike Huckabee would literally kill his own family if told to by Netanyahu.
It would be fine if they took it all.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what else you'd really expect him to say here. It's Mike Huckabee. Just 2 anti-Semites trying to figure out how their anti-Semitisms differ. Yeah, no, essentially. Unhinged Bassett Clint.
Well, it's going to be a food fight going after $175 billion, isn't it? So
I got a feeling the American people won't see it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's.
The tariff revenue? Yeah, of course not. I love it when they're honest. Voting stats from Texas? Oh, I saw this, yeah. Are Democrats still ahead? Right now, oh, wow, yeah, by like 10%. Right now, in the primary elections for early voting, Democrats are actually showing up more than Republicans. It's pretty shocking. Failed to load data? Sure, fuck you. For Democrats, so far in the early vote, they have raised 44.4% of the 2022 midterm finale count. And for Republicans, they're only at 24.6%. That's insane. They're going to flip a lot of local seats, I hope. Holy shit. It's February, what's going on? These are the primaries for the midterms. So right now, for instance, you have Crockett versus Tallarico. That is an insane shift. Republicans don't vote in polls. These aren't polls. It's primaries. Conservatives don't trust mail. These aren't mail-in ballots. They're early votes. Look, down here. For Republicans, it's like 97% in person versus mail. Comparable for Democrats. I don't know what, yeah, you're all trying to be so negative. It's pretty huge. Hope people are voting down ballot. Get some Dems in the local house. Yeah, but we have the total numbers here too, Mean Former. Democrats are ahead in a absolute sense. In a proportional sense, Democrats are obliterating Republicans. Pretty good stuff. Actually, like, pretty insane stuff. I wonder if this proportional advantage is going to continue. Are there even down ballot options in a primary? Sure. I mean, you know, depending on how many slots you're filling out, how many people are running in there. I just want there to be, like, across the ticket enthusiasm so that when the actual election takes place, people are, you know, inclined to do that down ballot vote. Get that Blexus. This year's Dem ballot is the longest ever in primary history for the state. Nice. I'm a little confused. Is this a Blexus situation for the elections that are coming up? Yeah, fundamentally, yes. If you're simplifying it, yes. It's a Blexus kind of deal. I wonder if the news is covering this. It's a pretty distinct advantage to the Democrats right now. Texas early voting. I'm not seeing any coverage of the numbers so far, just people talking about the fact that early voting is happening. Well, plenty of time to see how it settles out, I suppose. Say it's so on the nose and so obnoxious that the most self-centered fucking candidate in the world, Jasmine Crockett, has her own goddamn picture up on the sign. Like, everyone else just uses their name, but me Crockett, you know, my opening Senate ad, my ad for my Senate campaign is just like a slow shot of me while Trump talks about me.
We saw the downgrading of our rights, and now everything that Texas started.
Look at that. See? It's the only one here. Sir.
Early voting is underway in Texas, a key state this year in the battle for control of the U.S. House and Senate. One of the leading Democrats in the Senate primary in the state, State Rep James Tallarico, announced that his campaign raised $2.5 million in the last day after late-night host Stephen Colbert said CBS blocked him.
Isn't knowing who's voting kind of influencing the potential outcome that would have naturally occurred because people can adapt to the votes out? I don't know how you could really adapt to it. The only thing that we know in election data is who's getting which votes and what the party registration of the people voting are, because these are primaries, you know? Also, we get data from, like, exit polling. But apart from that, we don't really have much to work with. We also know whether a person has voted or not. We don't know how they voted.
From airing an interview with Tallarico on his broadcast, which was later shared on YouTube. Tallarico is one of a handful of Democrats running to flip the state's Senate seat blue this fall, as longtime Republican Senator John Cornyn faces a challenging primary to remain the Republican candidate on the ballot. For more on the political battle gearing up in the Lone Star State, we're joined now by Ashley Lopez. She covers politics for NPR. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So as we mentioned, James Tallarico has raised millions in this race. He's still facing this primary challenge from Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. How is this contest shaping up, and what does it reveal about the direction of the Democratic Party?
Can you vote without party registration? Depends on the state, if they have an open primary or not. In many states, a primary is just a privately conducted race hosted by the party, and you need to be a member of the party. Yeah, I believe in Texas it's an open primary.
Texas.
The race initially was not quite as contentious. These weren't like two candidates who are very dissimilar. There's not a lot to fight about sort of substantively, but I think as more money is pouring in, Democrats are looking at the Republican side, that primary, how that's shaping up, and I think they smell some blood in the water, and so there's a lot more attention. It's getting more contentious. And I mean, like I said, substantively speaking, these two candidates are pretty similar. There's not a lot of big differences there. But stylistically, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is more of a firebrand. She seems to be
that's one way of putting
very
it.
willing to take on Republicans in Congress, at least rhetorically, in a way that other Democrats aren't. And James Tallarico, who's a state House member in Texas, he is trying to strike a more kind of conciliatory tone. And so it is going to be very interesting to see what Democratic voters sort of prefer here.
Let's talk about the Republicans, because
I don't agree with the conciliatory tone thing at all. I think that's complete horseshit.
As you said, Democrats smell blood in the water for Cornyn. John Cornyn has represented Texas in the U.S. Senate for some 20 years. He's now facing a primary challenge. How real is the threat to his political future?
I mean, if we take polling seriously, it's a pretty serious concern for him. And this is very rare. I should say, it's been 14 years since a U.S. senator has lost their primary race. This does not happen often. Incumbency power is very powerful. This doesn't happen all the time. This is another case where the candidates substantively on policy are not very different. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General in Texas, would like to, position Cornyn as less of a MAGA candidate. But if you look at his voting record, Cornyn votes with the president quite a bit. And I think that's something his campaign says too. But Ken Paxton is a little more stylistically like the president. He has had a lot of legal trouble at his time as the attorney general. So I think there's a lot of similarities there. But that creates a situation where, is he as good of a general election candidate come November, with all the legal baggage that Ken Paxton has had in the past 10 years, is that going to be a liability for him?
And this is also the first election since Texas's mid-cycle redistricting. So what effect is that going to have on the House races across the state?
There's a lot of open questions. I think they were drawn basically to create 5 more safe seats for Republicans. But Republicans did that basically by looking at particularly Latino turnout and Latino voting. Latino voters in nature are swing voters. I think
in nature?
That's a less of a good bet than Republicans would think, from what I'm seeing right now. So we'll see. It could be that Republicans
What did she mean by this? What network is this? PBS? This PBS?
But, you have to remember, Texas redistricting caused other states to redistrict, like California. And so that might be a wash anyway.
Comments are turned off.
Well, another reason why we're focused on Texas is because this is the first major primary contest of the year in what is expected to be a volatile political cycle. What early signals are you watching for?
Texas is interesting. It's an interesting case because the candidates are so...
I hope she means historically. I think we can reasonably assume she did. Much more likely than the other option, Don't need to worry about it too much. Okay, we've got way the fuck too many tabs open. We're just riffing right now, We're just riffing. What day is it? Friday? Maybe we can play some MGS2 tomorrow. Gotta read donos first, though. My responsibility. Say our egg, thank you for the $6. Really appreciate that. The more I read comments from Newsom supporters and your sub, the more it feels like the whole hypothetical is just a shit-lib version of Man versus Bear. I really don't think those people are actual fans of mine. I have no... It's one thing to adhere to a kind of generalized vote blue no matter who mindset, and another thing to be actively defending Newsom. That's insane. I don't know how you could gel that with watching any of my content. You're not wrong, though. Pauly G, thanks the 5. Good luck with your upcoming acceptance, or not, to a sociology MA program. I really hope that pans out in your favor. Carlson and Peters, thank you for the $5. Been attending local zoning board meetings to voice disgust on plans for a data center, and they voted against a moratorium before hearing speakers. Very mad. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sorry. Very D17, thank you for the $15. 0.1% of your next piece of clothing. No, I don't think that's true. I think you're exaggerating. Thank you. I haven't bought anything in a while, okay? I'm really trying to scale it back and focus on, you know, buy less, buy better. Next, I want a nice pair of loafers. I've tried to buy loafers before, but I was stuck on a brand that unfortunately just does not fit my feet. We saw the $700 loafers. Well, the idea is that if you buy the $700 loafers, you never need to buy them again. You know, that's the hope. Alden's shoes do fit my feet. And yeah, I'm interested in Grantstone too, but I don't know where I could go to try those. I don't want to like do a fucking multi, you know, return process back and forth. Just got some vintage made in USA GH Bass loafers. Based. They used to be so good. So good. DVS Offline, thank you for the $5. I had to miss yesterday's stream because I accidentally uninstalled my Wi-Fi driver. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Tino Fresh Pepperino, thank you for the tier 2 sub. For the price of renting a PS5 in our you'll only own knowing and be happy future, I think I'll get more value out of this. I hope so. Certainly I will, you know. I hope so. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I hope we can, in the future, continue to own our game consoles, you know? Even if the deep state doesn't want us to. I'm familiar with it, anarcho-autist. Gabrielle 740. Bosch, as a fellow sociology major, I'm struggling quite a bit in writing essay exams. Do you have any tips or advice from when you were studying this field? No, I was always a terrible student. Very bad at doing my homework. You should not learn anything from me. It will not be to your benefit. Do your homework as soon as you get it. That is good advice. Mad Wolf, thank you for the $5. Vosh, I'm visiting NYC for the first time ever next week. Just wondering if you had any recommendations from your recent trip there. Oh my God. Honestly, no, because everything I did was great. Like, I don't know. I did like a pithy fraction of what you can do, and I felt like I didn't have even nearly enough time to do everything I wanted to, and everything I did was great. Anything that I tell you to do is just going to be another pithy fraction, you know? I promise you. You can just walk around, see what's popular. You'll see amazing stuff. Hit up the museums, walk around Central Park, get the bagels. You know, I mean, there's so much to do. You know what I mean? Go sit at Stonewall. Yeah, they recently added some more flags. A Lucky Raptor, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you. Started watching a few months ago after a random YouTube video popped up in my autoplay. Now I watch and listen literally every day while renovating my mudroom. Hey! Nothing I respect more than a good home reno. Hope you've been having a fun time with that. I love mudrooms. Don't have one in my apartment, obviously, but, you know, I'd love to have one day. Wonderful, wonderful style of room. Great for separating the energy of the outdoors. What's a mudroom? A mudroom is like a... Here, I'll just pull up a picture. A mudroom is a separate room that you enter into from the front door, and it's got like your coats and your shoes and all that crap, and then you step into the house proper. And I think it's nice because it means that when you're entering or exiting, you have kind of like a prep room, you know? I Googled mudroom, and everything I'm seeing is like generic, ugly, beige, white, gray, and they're too large. Mudrooms should not be large, okay? Also, they shouldn't be fucking white. Oh my God, look at this. It's like the Home Depot catalog over here. Look at this shit. Great mudroom. White mudroom? Are you kidding me? Real mudrooms, real nice mudrooms have brick or tile. Why can't I find anything that looks like that? Why am I having so much? Sorry, I might be unintentionally dissing the preferences of the person who just donated a tier 4 sub. It's not my intention. I just mean, you know, in my humble opinion, okay, here's a nice mudroom energy. That looks nice. Still too white for my preference, but like that's a good energy. You know what I mean? You want to have like rustic flooring or something like outdoorsy flooring, the kind of flooring that you would have for like a deck, something outdoors, you know, so that you can stomp around in it in muddy boots, you know, it doesn't feel bad, have some plants, have some nice natural air. Oh, this is really nice. I like this. Except it's pixelated to all fuck. Can I get a non-pixelated? No, I can't. No, I can't. Israel doesn't want me to? Okay, fine. This one's really pretty. That's really nice. A bit overdone, a little too cottagecore for my preference, but you understand the idea. The idea is that it's like the bridge room between the living space of the house and the place you enter. Oh, this is more realistic. This looks like mudrooms that I've been in, where they're basically like a hallway. This is what I've seen, you know. One big thing this is missing, where are the shoes? Where's the shoe bench? You need a shoe bench to sit on. This is just filled up with baskets, little woven baskets or whatever. You need a shoe bench. You need seating. You need seating. This is kind of cute. Oh, hold on. That's kind of cute. I would actually take down this framed image here because I think it juts out too much from the wall. I would want something that has no, like basically no lip from the wall here, so there's no chance of your shoulder catching it. But I like this. I like how this is structured. You know, don't know where you're putting the shoes, but whatever. Can't stand the white wall. Sorry. If you look up literally anything on interior decor, it will always be default white wall unless you specify otherwise, and I'm not getting too far into it, you know. Anyway, yeah. Iron Pond, thank you for the $5. Did you ever finish The Sopranos? Nope, I've been stuck on season 5 for quite a long time. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. Paying the VGG tariff, take this. Thank you for carrying me through work. Hey, my pleasure. Love to entertain people while they're at work, you know. Oh, friends. Orf. Beautiful, beautiful. So beautiful. So cute. Let me take a look at the super chats. I have to like retune this chair so my butt keeps or stops sliding down to the front like that. You know, I keep readjusting. That's probably not helping with my back. Okay. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Ben Riley, thank you for the $5 both. Also, the Act of 1930, which helped cause the Great Depression. Yes, tariffs from the one, the only Hoover did massively exacerbate the effects of the Great Depression because he was a fucking idiot. Tiffany and Blitz, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. And Blitz for the additional $5. Sorry Trump hurts you. You know, he hurts us all. Ben Riley and Sean Riordan, thank you for the $2 both. Hello Finder, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Don't worry, guys. Once this goes to the Supreme Court and he loses again, then I'm sure he'll get the message. Yeah. You sue him for violating the Supreme Court order. He appeals it up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court flips. They change their mind. They're like, never mind. Never mind, sir. Arcane Spaghetti, Disabled Caps Lock, and Blitz again. Thank you for the $5. Did you get a new keyboard? I did. I just got the same one over again. And why doesn't the U.S. just embargo itself and charge fees on ships passing through Lamau? In essence, fundamentally, that is what we're doing. Glizzy, please. Blitzy? You? Glizzy? Glitzy? Blitzy? No, it couldn't have been you talking about yourself because at the time I hadn't read your name out loud. Daniel Green, thank you for the $2. I don't blame you for having been born in Florida, okay? Johnny Vegas and Elaram Bazdo, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. The person who can't understand why taking away someone's last towel is bad is not beating the I don't shower accusations. I think a lot of people just really underestimate how difficult it is to be homeless and how much it compromises your ability to manage yourself, you know? That's all. I think a lot of people just, they don't fairly apply their standards. Anyone can be homeless? Well, maybe you, not me. Obviously. You're a streamer? Yeah, streaming has prepared me for being heckled by onlookers, which means I would succeed in the homelessness arena. Play Street Fighter and Grim Times. Thank you for the 2 and $2.79. What's the opinion on trip pants? Not really my style. I like classic Americana, and this is not really my thing. I mean, if you enjoy the club vibe rave thing or whatever, I guess my main issue is that a lot of these like over-designed goth, you know, chains and belt buckles everywhere kind of clothes, they tend not to be like actually made that well or that thoughtfully. In my opinion, a it's like this, right? Like I look at this and I'm not trying to shame or nothing, but this to me does not look particularly high quality. It's from the brand Trip NYC, by the way. So it's from the guys. But a lot of this just lacks, I don't know, a certain pizzazz for me. I think a big part of it is that, you know, oftentimes the chains and the belts and the rivets and so on, they look random. They don't really look like they have a purpose. Whereas a lot of the historical stylistic flourishes that people, you know, deliberately handcrafted their pants into, they were like accentuations of previously existing trends, you know? They looked purposeful. Looks too much like cosplay? Yeah, it doesn't look real. Is this woke or disrespectful to Renee Good? Oh, the performative dance reenactment of the shooting of Ray Good and Alex Preddy. I don't think it's woke, and I also don't think it's disrespectful. I think it's retarded. I think that this is like the definition of that fucking Wojak gif. You know? Dance the fascism away. It's like if your way of protesting injustice is to be really embarrassing, I just feel like you shouldn't do it. Feel like you shouldn't do it. Top reply is the meme. Stellar. Whenever I see this, by the way, without any audio playing, because it's playing the clown music, I hear Caramel dancing. I hear the fucking bam 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 ooh 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 wah wah. Which does make it a little more tolerable, I think. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Wool is good for the outdoors because unlike most materials, when it gets wet, it stays warm. Traditionally, that's why fishermen wore it. Yeah, no, 100%. There's like wool sweaters are normally like a hard-wearing garment, you know? They're meant to be big, tough, durable, like borderline workwear, you know? They're meant to take a hit. You are wearing like the fur coat of an animal, of a sheep, so it's meant to be like an external thing, not really delicate. Sweaters can be delicate, but usually the sweaters that are delicate are like cashmere, you know? Plumped Alpaca, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, rarely catch you live. Thank you for being the one individual keeping me sane. I value your coverage and insight. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's very, very kind of you. I'm wearing a shirt which is cotton on the inside, wool on the outside. Based. Yeah, wool tends to be a bit scratchy, depending on the kind of wool. Yeah, you may be keeping sane. I'm going insane. This country makes it difficult to go any other direction, but, you know, I try my best. I try to keep it up. I'm not the joker. Ellerin Pasto, thank you for being so kind. Oh, my God. I will vote. I will vote by my nature. Well, that actually applies in that case because that song was from Miami Cubans, and Cubans actually do hear like a whispering from the sea that demands they vote for Republicans, you know? American Cubans are beckoned by the siren call of the Republican vote does echo. It's their bloodline technique, you know, just reverberates up here. They have to vote for Republicans. Balco Bops and QWERTYMAN888, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Just had a job interview yesterday for a job that actually aligns with my interests. Wish me luck and thank you for your work. Nice! Balco, I hope it works out, you know? What a delight in this economy to be able to work a job that doesn't make you hate yourself. I'm very lucky. Not just the property tax. Florida House changing PBI to Trump Airport will cost millions. DJT trademarked his name last week so he can steal tax on top. Is it wrong that I'm happy that Florida is revoking their property tax because I want that state to collapse. They are speed running economic collapse over there. Between the worsening housing market, between climate change, and now the property tax thing, I feel like, because I do want Republican states to like fall apart as a sort of, we need to learn, right? You touch the stove, you need to learn. I don't know what you want, right? Can't subsidize these people's idiocy forever. Play Pentiment. Is Pentiment that like painterly game where you're like a dude in the Middle Ages and you go around playing horns? Yeah, I've seen streamers play this. Well, I haven't seen people play it. I've seen people talking about people playing it. I don't know anything about it. It's like a story game, right? Investigation game. What if it's goated? L with the $2. Yo, Vosh, I noticed you like Robin's jeans. Robin, you like Robin's jeans? Robin's jeans. What is this? Robin's jeans. What are Robin's jeans? I don't know what these are, I'm afraid. I'm not familiar with them at all. Yeah. Bring her over. How's the denim made? All right, this is definitely not my style. Okay, hold on really quickly. We recently took Bagheera to the vet to have some lumps on her removed. Thankfully, they're not cancerous, but you had to remove them anyway. Look at her. So to make sure she doesn't pick at her, like, stitches. How you holding up? The donut of shame. How you holding up? She does look a little Elizabethan, huh? Look, she's got some shaved bits. Why are you shaved? Ooh, she's mad. Whoa. Believe it or not, she's purring right now. What a silly baby. Take these chains off and say it again. That's funny. Which one is your favorite? Which chatter? I love you all equally. Just got an email from the county health department. Apparently people tested positive with measles at the UVU campus after a high school wrestling championship was held at the stadium here. Cool. Were you present? Or just like you're being informed of a plague outbreak nearby? Jesus Christ. This goddamn country. Really bleak. More donos. My job never ends. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. We have a new species of Spinosaurus now. We can tell it's a new species because it has a horn on its head. Spinosaurus mibalis. Is that true? I don't know enough. I feel like I might be flagging an obscure joke here. No, I googled Spinosaurus mibalis, and I'm seeing a bunch of YouTube videos. New Spinosaurus species has been discovered from the one and only Dino Guy YouTube channel. Fossil crates. People are fish. God damn. That's crazy. What a magical world. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Okay. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. Who's worse, West Virginian coal miners or Florida boomers? The West Virginia coal miners are bigger cucks, but the Florida boomers are more impactful on the downfall of the country. You know what I mean? 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. I really appreciate that. I wanted you to know there was a protest in my town. A MAGA truck was smoking out their tires. They're so antisocial. The car next to them threw a milkshake and it exploded in the cab. The light turned green and they took off. Immediately got pulled over by a cop 2 cars behind. It was funny. Wait. Which car got pulled over? The one that was smoking out their tires or the one that smoked them with the milkshake? 3 Fat Samurai, just post in chat. I want to know. I want the good news, or like hopefully not the bad news. The truck? Yes. Fuck yeah. Aren't sock garters the best? They're pretty nice. Yeah. I think, you know, the reason why we don't have sock garters anymore is because of the invention of synthetic fabrics like elastic, right? Now socks can hold themselves up pretty well without sock garters. It used to be like without sock garters, a sock would just like fall down to the ankle. Yeah, they'd be floppy. Garters are tough work now. Yeah, I mean, you can also wear you can also wear like over the calf socks, though usually those are just for dress socks. Unlike women's garters, they look terrible. Well, I don't necessarily think that's true. This just isn't a style we'd really have today, you know? So like you wouldn't wear like dress shoes with over the legging socks and then garter that to your knee. There's a whole it's just a different time, you know, different time. It looks S&M to me. It kind of does. It kind of does, yeah. I get that. So they're like old garters had those seams that meant they had been stitched traditionally. Like that was just made of silk. I don't really know a lot about women's clothing. Yeah, there were some with seams down the back. I think that's kind of cool. Ankles of the devil. I think a lot of it is just that because people had fewer clothes, those clothes tended to fit pretty well, at least above a certain price point. Obviously, if you're like a poor coal miner in 1906, your clothing is probably just like a fucking hacky sack draped over you or whatever. But like, if you're wearing nice clothing, you don't have much and it tends to fit you really well. So a lot of clothing used to be more comfortable than it is today. Genuinely. Like if you go from the higher waisted pants to the roomier cut of the legs to shirts that had like a wider cut but fit better, but tucked in and like stayed in their place really well. There's a whole bunch of shit where it used to be like very thoughtful consideration about how it would fit your body. But now that we mass market everything and people own lots of clothes, it's like everything just kind of fits saggy. Everything like half fits, you know? When do people start wearing shorts? I'm pretty sure that like shorts have existed in some form or another for a really, really, really long time. But do you mean like wearing shorts conventionally, like out and about? Pretty sure people wore like board shorts to the beach starting, you know, I don't know, like a little over a century ago. And over time, they just started like adapting wearing that in more common, you know, in like more mixed social settings to the point where now people wear them like even walking around the city. I think that was a Bavarian thing. Those goddamn Bavarians. They ruined it. This photo is allegedly from the 1940s. But this looks like he was just wearing regular trousers that got cut, you know, because they're high-waisted. I think nowadays we'd consider this silhouette a bit silly. How do we feel about this? Even today, formal shorts tend to be high-waisted, like up to here. Everything was high-waisted? Pretty much everything. Everything except for, like, athletic wear. Then if you go into like athletic shorts, those typically are low waisted because you're doing athletic stuff in them. Crazy photo. And that car was $30? Yes. And that car was $30. Wimpy legs, though? He was probably a runner. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Would you ever consider doing top 5 blanks of the week content for shorts? Could just be edited parts from streams. It's really just a matter of how much free time the editors have, and I tend not to demand like very strict stuff from them because I think that's lame past a point. Like, oh, you have a quota this, quota that. I don't know if the top 5 stuff could ever really be. The thing is that the informality of the content, I think, is what a lot of people enjoy because they associate it with authenticity, which I think I'm pretty authentic, So it's really just a matter of like capturing that in shorter form. If you start doing structured stuff, then I think to an extent it falls apart. I'm delaying getting off. I don't know why. Normally I'm selfish. I get off immediately. Disabled caps lock. Thank you for the $5. Trump during the State of the Union address will declare Iran a major threat with no goals. Yeah, probably. I'm sure it'll come up. The State of the Union address will probably be pretty boring because he says the same shit in every speech, but we're going to cover it anyway. We'll see how audacious it is. Maybe they're planning something. Who knows? All right, folks. I am going to skedaddle. I love you all very much. Please take care and pray for me. Hopefully my internet starts working properly so we can finish the goddamn JJK arc, okay? Take care. See you soon.